This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to a gorgeous, delicious, bright, hot, sunny day here in Djuma Private Game Reserve, one of the many different locations that we will be coming to you live from today. Yes, this is not post-produced, this is live. Each location, of course, will offer its own unique scenery, habitats, and species. So I'm very excited to see what we can find for you today. So jump on board, everyone. It's that time of day for your live bumble through the bush. Welcome, everyone. It's an absolute pleasure to have you on the back of my safari vehicle. Maybe not the world's best driver, so hold on tight. But either way, it's an absolute joy to have you here. Now, the sun is rather bright, so I'm going to close my eyes, but my name is Lauren, and I do have Davy on camera today, and there's a huge water monitor lizard walking right behind our car. But I'm not sure we're going to be able to give you a view. That's a beautiful view, isn't it? Sadly not, but he's right behind the car and he's walking along the road. So maybe we should give you a view of the dam instead, because it's glorious today. This is Gowrie Dam, Waterfowl Dam, Juma Dam, whatever name you wish to call it, and it's still so full. But I've been marking the water levels using this dead tree, and you can see that slowly but surely the water levels are decreasing. It's slowly going down. But it's still extremely full, and I think this dam will not empty this winter. So although it's hot and sunny, believe it or not, it is winter. It does get chilly at night and very chilly in the morning. But this is your live safari and it's interactive, which means you can interact with us. So please do send in all your comments and questions. Make them lovely. Use that hashtag WildEarth on Twitter, at FC on the YouTube chat, or you can head over to the WildEarth website. You can register, then go to the live safari page and submit your questions there. And last but not least, kids, we want to hear from you. Send in your questions to the email address kidsquestions@wildearth.tv. Now, my plans are to bumble today, not break down, and that's about it. Wendy has been to hospital, so she's doing very, very well now. The car doctor, who is a legendary man named Opa, has came and had a little look at Wendy, so hopefully she's feeling better. Oh, hello, kudu. Got lots of kudus around right now. We have periods of time where they're really not around at all. And then they come in great numbers. Normally we find really large herds of kudu in spring. They're here for the knobthorn flowers. And right now we've got many, many around Juma. It is really such a glorious day. I would love to jump in this water, but I don't think that's going to be very sensible. Ruth kudu are the biggest antelope that we get here. The eland is the biggest antelope, but we don't get them in the low veld, in the Sabi sands. There was lots of them in the Masai Mara and Kenya, that's for sure. But here, Where we are right now in the Sabi sands, the kudu is the biggest antelope by far. Especially the males, they are absolutely magnificent. If we spot a male today, we shall definitely put him on for you. But they are very, very large animals, and of course they have the most striking horns. Whereas the eland is rather unusual looking animal, maybe not as majestic as the kudu. Okay, I've already told you how glorious it is at this side of the world, but let's take a look at the weather across all the locations.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to a very warm and hot andBeyond Phinda Private Game Reserve, where we've come to quite a prominent waterhole and found this big pod of hippos that's just off in the distance resting. There you can see them all just lying in the water. I think that's the perfect spot to be here on andBeyond Phinda today, as it's probably around 30 degrees Celsius, so it's quite hot. My name's Chad. On camera today we got Owen, and today we came to this waterhole just to see if there was any action happening around here. It's a very hot day, so a lot of the animals might be, there's some of them vocalizing. So we came to this waterhole just because it's an extremely hot day today, and we wanted to see if there are any other bigger animals maybe coming out towards the water. I mean, elephants often will be coming to drink at a time like this. Also rhino. We are trying to see if we can find any rhinos this afternoon, and it's a good start. I mean, there's quite a lot of mud around on the outskirts of this water. So often those rhinos, white rhino and black rhino, will be wallowing, trying to get that beautiful protection mud layer on their skin to protect them from the sun. And as it then starts to cool down a little bit later, they might even move off and start to feed. And then I think later on this afternoon, as it cools down, we might see if we can find some lions. There were some lions not too far from where we are at the moment. But I think for now, the lions are just going to be sleeping in a very thick area in the shade. There is quite a nice cool breeze, so hopefully when that sun does start setting a little bit later, those lions might start to get active. But it's a beautiful setting here at andBeyond Phinda with these hippos. There's not too much activity around here. Roy, there are crocodiles around. I've had a good scan with my binoculars for now, and I haven't seen any. There is quite a lot of grass, though. After the huge amount of rain that we've had here on andBeyond Phinda over the last couple of months, there's a lot of grass around. So, I mean, those crocodiles could be lying on the bank in the grass trying to gain energy. But there is also a little bit further off to our eastern side, which is off to the right-hand side of the hippos. There's another waterhole that almost interlinks with this one. And they also could be in there. So I think also just depending on the food availability, they might move around. Maybe if there's more food in the other waterhole, they might move from waterhole to waterhole. But also interesting, I mean, crocodiles can move vast distances in the evenings if they do want to go to another waterhole. So, I mean, that crocodile that I was talking about may even be several kilometers away from where we are now if it needed to go and find food. But how beautiful are these hippos all just resting? And you can see some of them are actually resting their heads on one another. There's not too much movement around. And I think these hippos, it's the perfect spot to be, submerged in the water on this beautiful hot day here at Phinda. And there is quite a number of hippos. There's two pods in this area. Devon, very interesting question. So hippos, I've never seen a hippo that's had cracked skin before. So I mean, the reason hippos will stay in the water like they're doing now during the heat of the day is because they have very sensitive skin. But often what they do is they'll often submerge themselves in the water to try and protect themselves from the sun, to try and stop that cracked skin from happening. So I don't think hippos get cracked skin at all. You can just see that one hippo has just moved off slightly. And it's interesting, we were talking about now the cracked skin, and you can see some of the hippos that we've been on were their backs almost very, very dry. So they've been lying out in the sun for quite a while. And that hippo there that's in picture now might just be submerging himself, getting just cooling himself off a little bit more, trying to protect himself a little bit from the sun. It seems like one or two of them are also starting to follow that hippo, maybe heading towards a different spot to rest. And I mean, like lions get active at night, hippos also will get active at night. So these hippos, as it starts to get cooler, that sun starts to set, not too harsh, they'll actually start to come out the water and they'll start to move around and graze. So they'll feed off grass in and around this area for the evening. And then as that sun starts to rise in the morning, they'll then come back towards the water. And a lot of the time they come back to the same watering holes that they left that night before. It's a beautiful big waterhole, and a couple of months ago, where we are situated right now at this waterhole, there was no water whatsoever. It was completely dry. We were able to even off-road in and around this area. So I mean, it's just amazing to see how much summer rainfall we have had, and I'm sure a lot of the animals are really happy with the amount of rainfall that we've had. We can see with a lot of the animals like the buffalo, even impalas, we've seen that they've started to bulk up a little bit with all this fresh grass and fresh leaves around. So I'm sure all the animals are extremely happy to have had all that rain in the summertime. Jerome, so hippos, they will often move solitary out of the water. Often if you do see a couple hippos together, it's often quite close to the water, but mothers and calves, they will often move together around. And I mean, it could even be a mother with two of her calves, one older, one younger. You might see them move around. But I mean, often they might be within the same vicinity, but they'll be eating in different areas. And then, as the sun does start to come up, they might then all sort of gather in an area and start to head back towards the water. So they won't be too far away from one another, but you won't often see them all clumped up in one area feeding together. They'll be spread out within an area feeding. Kevin, I agree. It's a beautiful spot that we've got here. We are a little bit elevated from these hippos, but we're looking at two different pods. There's a couple of birds calling off in the distance. And I mean, just to hear those hippos vocalizing, it's a stunning way to start the afternoon. I think for Odie and myself, we wouldn't mind a tree that would be covering us for a little bit of shade. But for now, it's a beautiful scene just to take in, to sit with these hippos. Can hear a white-browed scrub robin calling off in the distance. Some somber greenbills also calling. But I mean, to start your afternoon with a pot of hippos in the water, hopefully we'll be in luck this afternoon, and hopefully we'll be able to find some rhinos. We'll head towards quite a nice open area where it's beautiful long grass for the rhinos to feed off. And I know that there were 2 black rhinos actually seen in that area yesterday evening. So maybe if we are very lucky, we'll be able to find a black rhino for everybody at home. So from where we are now, I think we'll leave these hippos. They don't seem like they're going to be doing too much more. We're going to continue to get that natural air conditioning going. And while we do that, we're going to send you over to JP at Pridelands to say good afternoon.
Good afternoon and welcome to WildEarth. We are currently live at Eco Training Pridelands. My name is JP Leroux, and behind the camera we have got Johan. At the moment, we are positioned ourselves on a dam wall close by to Ndlovu Dam. Earlier on this afternoon, there was a large number of elephants that came down to come and swim. We are really hoping that they will return. Elephant swimming is always one of my most favorite things to watch. In the distance, there's also a number of ducks that are busy swimming away from us. These are Egyptian geese. As I've mentioned in one of the previous episodes, that in Southern Africa we don't have any true species of geese, except that they're exotic or been introduced. When the early settlers arrived at the Cape, they often called things that were large or similar to animals that they known from home, according to the names that they knew them in Europe. So therefore the Egyptian geese became known as a geese instead of a duck. So if we look to Africa south of the Sahara, we only have one species of true geese. To come back to the Egyptian geese, the name Egyptian implies that they used to be found in Egypt, however they're no longer found there. It's also fascinating to look at old hieroglyphics, and you will see pictures of the Egyptian geese on these hieroglyphics. They were also embalmed and placed inside the tombs of the pharaohs, so that the pharaohs could hunt them in the afterlife. Quite often what you also would find is that a small particle of food would have been placed inside the mouth of this embalmed animal. Egyptian geese wasn't the only animals that were embalmed and entombed. Some of the species that were commonly used were species such as baboons, jackals, African wildcat, and a number of other species of animal. afternoon, Lauren, and welcome to the show. And with regards to your question, if they might change the name, it's unlikely that they're going to change the name. However, if we do look at it, there's a number of bird species whose names have been changed in the last decade or so. And the reason why they often change names is so that it creates uniformity and it leads to less confusion. So should you go and bird in East Africa and then return to South Africa, that the same species goes by the same name. And quite often what we do find is that different birds in different areas have same names, or the same species have got different names. So that makes life much easier. We're going to stay here for a little bit longer in the hope that our elephants are going to return.
In preparation for our 14th birthday, we will be lighting up a fire and heading on a special journey down memory lane. Join Lauren and Steve on the 11th of April for a sentimental look through the archives.
The missing cubs have arrived! Holy moly, everyone, this is incredible stuff.
Oh my goodness, everyone. Oh, there's two.
Who better to have as special guests than the WildEarth co-founders Emily and Graham Wallington. They'll be answering questions about WildEarth's fascinating journey since its launch in 2007. Following many requests, we've decided to make this event available to everyone, not just explorers. You do, however, need to be registered on the WildEarth.tv website. Join us straight after the sunset drive on the 11th of April for what promises to be a remarkable evening.
Graham, I'm just going to see there's a very good place. I want to see if we can get good signal from there. That's where I'd like to.
Welcome to dawn in the African bush.
How cool is this? Can you believe it?
Those cubs are now only 10 feet from us. Unbelievable.
Elephants chasing wild dogs chasing elephants. Pandemonium!
Watching how WildEarth has grown since 2007 has been truly remarkable. On the 27th of April this year, WildEarth will be turning 14, and we would love to hear from you. Please send us your own special birthday message, which we can share with the rest of the WildEarth family. Maybe you can tell us why you started watching WildEarth, what WildEarth means to you, or you could just send us a very happy birthday. Don't forget, when you want to film yourself, to hold your phone sideways to get the best angle. When you are ready, you can email your videos through to birthday@wildearth.tv.
My name is Lauren, and I'm currently working in Djuma Private Game Reserve here in South Africa. I love answering your questions during the live safaris. It's my favorite part. It feels like you're on the vehicle with me, and I'm able to teach you exactly what you want to know. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, then you need to register on our website. Once registered, you must go to the live safari page and ask your question below the live feed.
So we've got this beautiful harem right here in front of us. So you can see that one zebra looking straight at us, flicking the ears like that. And you can see there are a couple more very close to there. A very good afternoon and a warm welcome to andBeyond Ngala. I'm Kaskoza, and as always, on camera I've got Mpo. So, like I was mentioning, we've got this zebras that looks like just fading in front of us here. And at a distance there is a foal, which is quite a cute young one. So if I can count all these animals that I see here, it looks like one harem or one family of the zebra, which would be the stallion and his females, also with their offspring, as you You might have seen that fall earlier. So we did get some updates about the Birmingham Pride. So we thought we might as well make our way towards this area, and this is what we were surprised with along the road. So it is a very hot day, around 30 degrees Celsius, 86 degrees Fahrenheit. So it is hot, but the zebras look like they're just having a time of their life there. See how that one fades and look at us. So trying to make some investigations on whether or not we might be threats, but it looks like, yeah, they do decide that we are not really threats, so they just continue feeding, as you can see. And with the tail swishing, so Jackie would like to know, how can I tell which one is a stallion? So Jackie, from where I am now, it's not that easy to see, but what you will be looking for, other than the genitals, of course, when these zebras are looking away from you and then they've got their backs looking the opposite direction, so you can just look at the back. So females have got a broader black line that runs between their hind legs from the rump going down, and the stallion will have a very thin one, if that makes sense. But from where I am now, I'm not able to see which one is the stallion. But yeah, very beautiful looking animals. You see, they've got themselves a nice patch with some beautiful grasses here. And I see to the right on the distance here, there is another fall. I'm not sure if we might be able to show you that. That one. You can see how fluffy it still looks. It looks like there's quite some few youngsters with this harem. And look how it's out also, feeding there. But at the moment it looks like it's just standing, not doing anything really. Maybe we'll go focus on that other foal that looks like it's busy fighting with a bush. So Bella would like to know, why can't zebras be domesticated? I don't know, Bella. Personally, I just think wild animals should just be wild animals, and domestic ones be domestic ones. I think it's much more beautiful when we do see them out here. It will be weird in a way if we were to go home and find some zebras all of a sudden. So yeah, with that, I think personally, let the wild animals just be wild animals, and then keep the domestic ones home. But yeah, they are beautiful. You might be tempted to have one back home. You might be tempted to get one and domesticate it. See that young foal over there being playful also. So mostly with youngsters of most species, they will be playful like that. But as you saw earlier, that he was trying to sort of fight that bush. Sometimes it is about playing, but other times we find that it's more irritation. So you might find that it's got parasites there, or it's even itchy somewhere where he won't be able to use maybe his tail to get to that area. So he might try and he might do something like that sometimes, just try, looks like they're wrestling these bushes. You see, there is this one right here in front of us, which I think might be a female, and if you look how hanging that belly is, so I'm almost certain that she is pregnant. So it looks like this harem's gonna get bigger and bigger. But yeah, she's just going on about feeding there. And like, these zebras look pretty relaxed. They don't look like yeah, I agree with you, Prrivate. These parents are just beautiful, hey. And yeah, I know you might know by now, each and every zebra here has got its own unique pattern. But because of those patterns, it's not something that is easy to pick up with a naked eye. So you will have to be looking very, very carefully to be able to see that. But yeah. Which makes sense also if you look at the zebra world, because much like us as humans, we are in our millions or even billions. But yeah, we all are different. Eh? And so the zebras, looks like they're just feeding here. And we know there is a waterhole not too far from here. So they might even head there for a drink. Or even keep feeding, since there isn't anything really disturbing them in this area here. And I know most of the time we are used to seeing these animals out in the open. But if you look at this area that they're in now, it looks rather thick for zebras' preferred vegetation. However, if you look at the grasses also, you can see all this green. So I'm sure this grass, it's what attracted the zebras to come into this area, while we're used to them living out in the open. And you'll find that they have made their investigation earlier before settling in this area here to see that there are no predators close by. You can see how they are scattered also in this little area here, so they're not grouped together, which is what the zebras are likely to do if maybe they thought that there was any kind of danger close by here. But now they look pretty content. They're just doing what they do best. And all that being said, I'm sure you can see some of these animals, they will feed and feed and then stop feeding, scanning the area, because much as they might have done their investigations earlier to see if there is a predator close by here and find that there isn't, they really can't afford not to be alert. Because whether or not the predator was here earlier doesn't really make them less vulnerable. So it's a beautiful sighting actually, but I think for now we'll just continue with our search to find the Birmingham Pride, and we are going to send you over to Pridelands and see what JP has for us. Alright, so I will just reposition for this one animal that is closer to us here. looking straight at us. And so most of the time when you find animals, you see that skin twitching on that zebra there. So that would be for irritating flies. So the skin twitching as well as the tail swishing that you see now, it's what these zebras will use to be able to get rid of these irritating flies. But sometimes we'll just see them, maybe two animals standing head to tail, and then one switching the back of the other one and vice versa. And you see how straight that mane is. So from the head going to the neck down towards the back of that zebra, you see that straight up how erect that mane is. So that is actually one way of finding out how healthy a zebra is. Because if you try and find that by looking at its body, because it's a hindgut fermenter, so gas it's a final product of their digestive system, so they almost look bloated like that, but the mane will tell you how healthy an animal is. So in the meantime, we'll send you over to Pridelands while we make our way to search for those lions.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Eco Training Pridelands, and welcome to the viewers who has just joined us. We've just almost gave up on hoping that elephants were going to come and drink, and as we moved off, we noticed a ear or two that was flapping in the distance. And very soon, a number of elephants appeared from out of the bush. One of the things that we always notice when elephants do come close by to water is that they become incredibly excited, and they tend to accelerate their pace towards the water. At the moment, we are viewing a breeding herd, which is currently busy drinking. We're really hoping that they will be swimming very soon. The temperatures for today is well above 31 degrees Celsius, and for such large animals that can't sweat, a lot of water and a swim is a really effective way of cooling yourself down. You'll also notice that they're busy flapping their ears. I might have mentioned it on one of the previous editions that the ears can cool themselves down by 3 to 4 degrees Celsius, and the total surface area for the ear constitutes for over 20% of the total surface mass of an elephant. If we look at the composition of the ear, it's quite thick and hard in the front to protect the ears from any form of damage when they are moving through vegetation, while the back end of the ear, the skin is fairly thin and laced with blood vessels, which assist with the cooling of the animal. Another strategy that we sometimes see with bulls when they try and cool themselves down is simply where they hang the penis out and either expose it to sun or to shade or breeze to cool themselves down a little bit more effectively, or increase their body temperature depending on their requirements. We've also noticed that this group of elephants were also followed by two young bulls who were quite playful at one point, and they were full of little antics. So if you're not sure how to separate a male from a female, I would like to encourage you to try and look at the head profiles to start off with. So when we do look at a cow's head profile, it tends to be more angular compared to the bull and the distance, which has got a much more rounded head profile. They're currently moving a little bit deeper and deeper into the water, and hopefully they will be soon swimming. But in the meanwhile, we're going to send you over to Ngala.
Welcome back to andBeyond Ngala, everyone. So the Birmingham update that we got from earlier this morning, it said that they were last seen on the southern part of the property, which is where we headed now. So this is towards that area with all those clearing, with all those open areas. And so I think that the Birmingham Pride might have decided to head this way, maybe to try and hunt in those open areas where there's usually a lot of general game. So you might find that they've just made their way towards this area for now, and then will wait for sunset. That's when they are likely to start with their hunt, because like I mentioned earlier, now it is very, very hot, so I don't think they will put much an effort to make a hunt at a time like this. But still, they are smart like that they can move into that area and then get a nice shade where they'll rest for the day and wait for nightfall, and then that's when they might start being active. They might start moving, heading towards those open areas where they might be able to get something, hopefully something bigger that will sustain all of them for the next while. So for now, yeah, we are still on that search. Not sure exactly where, but we just know of the general direction. Hopefully, we will be able to relocate on them. That will be quite nice. So it's about, what's the question again? So Tsepo would like to know if a zebra can protect itself from a lion attack. Yes, Tsepo, it can protect itself, but yeah, the chances are that small. So one other way that a zebra will be able to protect itself against the lion attack is if it uses its senses. Of course, lions will need to get close to that zebra. It will try stalk it and then get within that range that it will now run at it. And lions they don't really have stamina, so they depend more on that element of surprise. So if a zebra is to detect a lion while still coming and then flee from the area, that's another way of protecting itself. However, they do have a very powerful kick as well, and they can still use their teeth when fighting, but with lions not so much, because these zebras, when they say lion, one thing they are most likely to do is just try and get away as quick as possible, which sometimes does work for the zebras, but other times it just don't, because lions also are exceptional hunters. So their success rate also is very, very excellent. However, so the zebra will more depend on its senses to protect itself from these lions. So yeah, while we still look for the Pride, we are gonna send you over to the Pridelands. Let's see what Steve has for us.
Welcome, everybody. Welcome to Buvusuk. Well, we relocated on the buffalo and on the lions, but unfortunately we weren't able to broadcast, and now we've come and found Tingana's tracks. He's heading east away from his position this morning. My name is Steve, joined by Morgan on camera. Always very excited to have you with us. I'm just going to jump out quickly here and see where he's gone to at this junction. He was just 100 meters that side. Okay, there his tracks are. He's going back to Juma. So he's probably thirsty for him to have moved at this time of day. Thirsty. So let's follow him. Love to find you, Tingana, again. Not that I found him the first time, but yeah, there's his tracks coming straight down. Actually show them to you over here. got that, Mark. There's the front foot is underneath and the back foot. So we're not always certain. Just put a little measurement down. Male leopard 10 centimeters. This knife is 10 centimeters. The back foot is always much more narrow than the front. The front foot being underneath there is often equivalently wide as it is long. He's walking quite slowly. That injury on his shoulder, I think, might be slowing him down a little bit. Definitely moved for us slightly, had a little bit of a gingery step. Is that the right word? Bit of a something in his step. He's stepping gingerly. That's the right term. Okay, so where is he going to go to? Straight here so far. Where's the closest water from here? Gallagher Pan. One of these little pans. Could be a number of places. So if we figure out where the water is, the closest water, that's where he's going to go. But it sounds like JP has found some water already, and he's looking forward to seeing good afternoon.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Eco Training Pridelands. We're still at Ndlovu Dam, which means Elephant Dam, and the dam is really living up to its reputation today. It's amazing to watch these elephants busy swimming and to see how much fun they're having. We've also noticed in the distance that there's another smaller breeding herd of elephants which is also on the approach. They'll most likely be joining them very soon. But in the meanwhile, we're going to let it sit back and let you enjoy the sighting. Good afternoon, Nathan, and with regards to your comment, they are definitely one of my favorite animals to watch, and there's so much entertainment value and interpretational value that you can gain from them. And for me, it's quite often interesting to see how they resolve issues between one another, as well as resolve challenges which might come in their way. They're incredibly smart animals. We're really hoping that these guys are going to come a little bit closer with time. But in the meanwhile, we're going to hand you over to Ngala.
Welcome back to andBeyond Ngala. So that what looks like some white grass in front of us there, it's the white lion of the Birmingham Pride. So we were able to relocate on these animals. Looks like they are pretty much where they have left them for this morning. So as you can see, that white color standing out like that. So that lion is now basically lying out in the sun. So there are some few trees here that they can actually move to. As you can see, even behind that lion, there is actually a very nice shade there that it can move to. So I guess it hasn't been lying there for the longest time, but yeah, it's just a matter of time before he moves into a shady area, because it is very, very hot here. And as you can see, they are lying flat. So where you see that white one, there are actually quite a few around there, but not as easy to see because they are lying flat, and there's this tall grass that you see there. Not as easy at all seeing them. So with some of the members from that one that you can see to the left, there are some few members that we are really not able to see from here. So like I mentioned, there are some tall grasses in this area, but they find themselves a nice, very, very small shade that they're clustered together in that shade. And that what one looks like is just out in the open there. I'm not sure why he's not even moving to the nearest shade. So that is these lions doing what lions do best. So Sarah would like to know how many white lions are in South Africa. I don't know, Sarah. I don't know exactly how many white lions there are in South Africa. However, what I do know is that there are 3 white lions in the wild, in the whole world, and all 3 of them are in South Africa. Here with the Birmingham Pride, we've got 2 of those, and one is also here in Kruger, just east of our property. And he is older than these ones that we've got here. I think he's around 7 or so years. But yeah, there might be a lot of white lions out in captivity, which I believe is the case, but I don't know about the whole number. But this one's just okay here. Naturally, they are not being bred or anything like that. So it is quite something special to see out in the bush. I'm not sure if the other lions would necessarily see the other ones as white ones. But yeah, we do. So like why I mentioned that, it's because we don't witness these animals maybe giving those white ones some sort of different treatment from how maybe they would treat the others. So we see them just behaving the way any other lion behaves. But yeah, it is quite beautiful to see. So the mother of this white male has given birth now. We haven't really seen her cubs, so we believe she has given birth to 2 cubs, which we were all hoping that we'll have another white one. But when we saw her earlier moving dens, we were able to confirm that it's two youngsters, but no white ones, all tawny. So these lions are doing what they do best, just resting during the day, conserving energy that they will need later tonight. So I always say that with these lions, much as we might call them lazy, which they are not really lazy, they might not be that active for most of the time, but that one time that they do get active, they really try and make it count. And also these ones, because when we last counted them, I think it was 9 lions altogether. So they will have to feed constantly because it is a lot of them. Like, they need to take something big to be able to sustain themselves, and also it won't really go a long way because at that age they do have a bit of an appetite. But it's quite beautiful to watch, and also I'm glad that they haven't really crossed into Kruger. Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more, Linda. Looks like they are everyone's favorite just about now, because there is something quite unusual about them. I mean, we have all seen lions, but now when you come here and see white lions, it's something out of this world, if I can call it that. And yeah, they do look beautiful. If you can look at their eyes, not as scary as the eyes of these tawny lions. So that one has got some beautiful bluish eyes. So yeah, we're all happy for these white lions. However, from the guys who have been here for a bit longer than myself, they were white lions before. So when these rose males, the two dominant males of this pride, took over, apparently they killed 2 small white lions. But that is what these males will do after taking over a pride like that. So all the small cubs, they will kill them, which will bring the females back on heat so that they will be able to mate with them and actually start spreading their genes with that pride. Excuse me. Yeah, so I think for now we'll leave these lions here just to bumble about. Maybe we might even come back a bit later to see. Hopefully they will be active, and we'll send you over to Juma. Let's see what they have for us.
Welcome back, everybody. Well, the track's come down the hill, and this is the first or closest bit. If I were Tingana, I would have come here. There's a couple little pans just on our left-hand side. Just see there, lots of greenery, lots of water floating out of the seapline here. Very good chance that he's probably just lying up here somewhere. Leopards aren't too concerned with water, whether it's muddy or murky or green. They drink it. These little seaplines are actually pretty fresh water. seeping out of the ground, as long as the animals haven't been there to defecate and urinate. Usually pretty tasty stuff. Notice elephants often choose the seep lines to drink out of the little. Chris, well, leopards, with most mammals, they're quite dependent on water, so they do stay quite close to water, but their territories encompass watering holes. It encompasses the range of animals that move to and from water, and so lion and leopard are often found very close to water, if not at water. And they do get a lot of their water sustenance from the blood in the animal that they eat, but they will drink readily. Looks quite inviting there, doesn't it, Morgan? We'd like to, Maya. We'd like to. I can't promise he's going to be doing anything. I can't promise he's going to be doing anything other than sitting or hiding in the shade. When we left him this morning, he was very, very ensconced in that bush. But I reckon there's maybe 2 tiers to this little pan system. I might just go back and see if I can scan a little bit further up. Okay, well, we're going to have a little scratch around here, see if we can find the Duke while we send you over to Marcus, who sounds like he's on a move.
Yeah, we have left that Birmingham Pride because they were not really doing anything, not giving us any action at all. So there is one waterhole that is not too far actually from where we are. So we think it might be worth going to see if we might be able to find something. Hopefully we'll find some animals that are going for a drink. And yeah, maybe later we might even make our way back to where that Pride is. But yeah, for now, I think we couldn't really stick with them, because when lions are resting like that, they won't really show you much of an action. So, but good thing about that also is that when they are resting like that, so some of these other animals might be out and about, seeing that they don't really have much to worry about. But all that being said, I'm not saying that these prey species should only worry about the Birmingham Pride. So for those who were tuned in earlier this morning, you saw those cheetahs and also those 3 other lions that are actually not part of this Birmingham Pride. So these animals can't really afford to to relax like that, because their only danger is not coming from Birmingham Pride. Yeah, so while we're still making our way to that water hole, I believe Steve was very lucky, so we'll send you over to Juma.
Well, you can call it luck, everyone, or you can call it knowing that leopards need to go and drink. So he's exactly at that second tier. Second tier from where we were looking. Morgan spotted him just as you went away from us. He probably just put his head up. Or Morgan, was he lying down? I don't know. Morgan's got great eyesight, he says. I was an inch or two too far forward, and Morgan saw him pop his head up. And I love that feeling when a cam up goes, there he is. Or what Senzo used to go, Leopard. I used to get so excited. Darby's like, here we go, I got him. And you get very excited when the cam up sees something, because they're far taller than we are. They get a much better angle from the back of the vehicle. It's imperative we have cam ups with good eyesight. Otherwise, they wouldn't be very good cam ups, would they? Anyway, so basically, everybody, the tracks were headed down into Juma. We knew where the water was, the closest water. If you are an animal, as we all are, where do you go to get your water? You go to the closest source. You don't go any further. And so it was worth checking here first. If we didn't find him here, we would have gone and checked Gallagher Pan. But this system feeds into the Gallagher Pan system, just a bit further upstream. There we go. That's probably going to be the end of it. We were lucky that he got bothered by some flies or something. Otherwise, there would have been no seeing him. Very good. It's always a really nice sense of achievement, though, I'll be honest, when you do track down a leopard. But a lot of it has got to do with knowing the terrain, everybody. Knowing where would they be going. And if you find tracks, and if you ever do find yourself tracking a leopard or lion, and you're on foot, see where the tracks are going, see what direction they're going, stand and look up in the direction that they're going. Is there a mountain range there? Is there a river course there? Is there a tall tree or termite mound? Those sort of things are kind of very important in how these animals move about the landscape. But it sounds like andBeyond Phinda has been on a tracking mission as well, with a bit of success.
That's very true. We've been very successful this afternoon with some cats. We've found a cheetah and a cub, just resting up in the shade. How beautiful is this scene? You can see the cub just getting up there on the right hand side, and then mom still lying off to the left. Oh, there's a big yawn from the mom, and I see the cub is just starting to groom herself there. You can see she's starting to lick herself, yawn. So that's often a very good indication that these cheetah might start to get active. I mean, in the last hour or so, it's actually cooled down quite a lot, which is nice for cats like cheetah to start to get active. And you can see, I mean, she's lying in the shade there. There's quite a bit of wind at the moment, so it's cooling her down quite nicely. I haven't been able to see just yet, but I'm wondering maybe she is quite hungry, so maybe she'll start to move around. See if she can find Impala or an Ngala around this area. But you can see how beautiful and lush this area is with the green grass. So there are quite a lot of impalas around this area. In the specific spot where we are. So maybe later on, I mean, there's a lot of cover for this cheetah to be able to hunt. So maybe a little bit later on she'll start to move. You can see she's just lifted her head up a little bit. It's just stunning to spend some time with Cheetah. Ferry, I agree with your comments. These are two stunning cheetah, and they do look very, very healthy. So that one that we are now, you can see that there's quite a lot of fluff on the back of the neck. So that indicates that it's quite a young cheetah. It's about a year old or so, plus minus a year old with that fluff. And this mom's done extremely well to be able to raise this cub to the age that she is already. Cheetah's been very small cats, the smallest of the cats. They are quite vulnerable to other predators like leopard, lions, and even hyenas. So I mean, even for her to raise one youngster is an amazing job that she's done. And I hope from this age we'll be able to see that youngster grow into a fully mature female cheetah, and hopefully one day have cubs of her own. There's a beautiful little bit of dappled light coming in, hitting this female cheetah while she's grooming herself. And it'll be interesting just to sit here for a little bit and see. Maybe mom will get up. I wonder if she's maybe got something stuck in her feet, or she keeps grooming basically one spot. Maybe there's a little sore there. The cubs also started to groom, so let's wait a little bit around here and see. There is just another vehicle moving out of the sighting if you do hear a vehicle come past us. Cheetah have been quite scarce in the last couple of days on Phinda, so it's quite a relief to be able to find cheetah for everybody today. You can see how the cubs looking around, quite inquisitive. I mean, there's a lot of wind and all of that around today. So I think, it's an amazing scene here on andBeyond Phinda. So we're going to spend a little bit of time with this cheetah. For now, we're going to send you over to Pridelands, see what they've got for you.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Eco Training Pridelands. At the moment, most of the breeding herds have left, and we still have two young bulls who are playing with one another. So quite often when we see these young males playing, they play in a very exaggerated way so that they can attain the necessary skills for when they're adults one day, so that they can fight effectively against one another when it comes to access to females. So we normally find that young animals up to the age of 20 don't tend to compete. Only after they reach the age of 20 to 25, that is when they most likely will start competing for access to cows. They generally will continue to do so up to the age of approximately 45 years of age. And then from there, less and less often start showing interest into females. So during that period of time, between the age of 20 to 45, they often undergo what we refer to as must, which is a condition where they're agitated due to the amount of chemical changes in their body. It's under these periods of time that we also have to be incredibly careful of elephant bulls because they can pose a potential threat to us. One of the things that I would like to share with everybody is that we would like to encourage you not to unnecessarily go close to wildlife. So if you do decide to do so, but you always do so with a well-trained guide that can ensure your safety and well-being by reading the animal's behavior and displaying good judgment. Our elephants have just left, but in the meanwhile we would like to encourage you to enjoy the sounds of silence over the dam and the view on the dam. We're going to continue our walk and go and see what we can find. But in the meanwhile, we're going to send you over to Phinda, where they're currently enjoying some cheetah.
Welcome back to Phinda, where we're still sitting here with this mother cheetah and her cub. They're still in the same spot, and Mom hasn't stopped grooming once. She's constantly grooming. She even stood up and looked around. Where we are, it's quite a nice vantage point for her. She's able to scan quite a distance around here, so I wonder if maybe she's looking out, seeing if there's any potential prey around. You can see the youngster coming to oh, there they're playing. How beautiful is that scene? Mom often will even groom the cub. Oh, there you can see she's grooming the cub. They're grooming one another. It's an amazing social bond that they have with one another. And you can imagine, I mean, especially this cheetah, she did have 3 youngsters, and unfortunately the 2 didn't make it, and it's only this one that's made it. So you can imagine, I mean, with one cub, Mom's going to have to give it all her attention. She's going to have to play with it, run around, play games, and just reassure that cub that she's there for her. She'll do all that she can to make sure that she survives up to adulthood. I mean, up to this point, she's done an extremely good job. Because, I mean, there could easily have been, this cub also could have been killed. Kim, so cheetahs, they don't hunt in groups. So what will happen, this female cheetah and her youngster, they'll often go out together looking for something to eat. If they do spot something, often the youngster, it's a little bit too small to be able to hunt. So the youngster might just lay in the long grass and then Mom will hunt. Oh, there they get up. So she's too young to hunt, so she might just lay down. Mom will do the hunting and then the cub will come in and feed. Sometimes male cheetahs form what we call coalitions. So coalitions is a couple of cheetah together, and they'll then hunt in a group. So I mean, I've heard of in the Masai Mara 5 cheetah together hunting. So that's a group that would hunt together, and they can be very successful. And you can see now how beautiful is that, having this cheetah starting to move. I wonder if she's maybe moving towards Lawrence. Thank you very much for your question. Thank you for watching. So cheetah, they are quite small cats, and this particular female cheetah, I mean, they'll probably weigh around 40 kilograms to maybe 50 kilograms. So it is quite a small cat. I'm sorry about the noise in the background. There's just another vehicle approaching. But so they are quite small cats, where leopard would probably weigh about 60 kilograms, 60 to 70 kilograms. And then a lion being very, very big compared to these cats. How beautiful is that little stretch there? And lions can weigh, a female, probably 150 kilograms, 170. And then a male lion weighing about 230 kilograms. So, I mean, an extreme difference from this female cheetah to a male lion. I know there aren't some branches in the view, but this cheetah's just stood on this little termite mound, and that youngster's also on a little termite mound. You can imagine it's a perfect little vantage point for this cheetah to be able to scan the area. You can see the youngster, she's very busy, moving around always very inquisitive. And I think with all that yawning and grooming, it's a sign that they could potentially start to move. Especially now Mom, she's gotten up, she's now scanning. She's looking for any potential threats or even prey within this area before she starts to get going. It's amazing the camouflage of her, even in this green grass. But if she does continue into the area where she's going, it is quite rocky. So I'm not too sure if we're going to be able to follow, but we might stick around a little bit. So there, she's settling down. But I think for now we might try and reposition. We're going to send you over to Steve, who's got another spotty cat.
Welcome back to Tingana, everybody. So we're very blessed that he's put his head up there, because we wouldn't have seen him. We wouldn't have seen him. He is very flat in the grass. His belly is decently full. Can you see the injury on his shoulder there, Mr. Morgan? Doesn't look very nice, very comfortable. Oh, Tingy. He got it. Some of it. There you go, I got the monitor working again. That looks very, what we in South Africa would call ana. Now, it's a proper skin laceration. He keeps licking it, so that's why you don't see any blood. But these animals take the most amazing injuries and they heal them with their licking. They're quite incredible. And it didn't seem to be, he's dreaming. What do you think he's dreaming of? We found a scrubhead tail on the way, tracking here. I wonder if he snacked one on his way through here. Found this little tail on the road as I was following his tracks. Little lucky hare's tail. This is all I think I was asked a couple of days ago about scrub hares and why don't we find that many dead ones? Because they get eaten, and this is generally all you find is the little tail. The little running, jumping tail. Dung, dung, dung. Tingana, was this you? Was this you? It's hard to say. Can't blame him for everything. Shame. Okay, so this is essentially, because of where he is, his little pan system here, there's not any off-road driving. There's just this one little pathway. And so when the other vehicle is close, we're going to make space and allow them to come in. And the Nkuhuma Pride, an update for them is that they have finished their buffalo, because, the Nkuhuma Pride eats a buffalo in a day. That's what they do. And they are very close to the Triple M boundary. So I'm going to get in touch with my friend on that side and see what they're doing. But as it starts to sort of get a little bit cooler, we never know, everybody. We might have the Nkuhuma Pride moving on to Juma, because they probably would follow the buffalo smell again. They might go and drink, which is what they probably have done. They're very close to Red Dam, and they might go and drink, and they might come all the way back over to Juma. It'd be lovely to see.
In preparation for our 14th birthday, we will be lighting up a fire and heading on a special journey down memory lane. Join Lauren and Steve on the 11th of April for a sentimental look through the archives.
The missing cubs have arrived! Holy moly, everyone, this is incredible stuff.
Oh my goodness, everyone. Oh, there's two.
Who better to have as special guests than the WildEarth co-founders Emily and Graham Wallington? They'll be answering questions about WildEarth's fascinating journey since its launch in 2007. Following many requests, we've decided to make this event available to everyone, not just explorers. You do, however, need to be registered on the WildEarth.tv website. Join us straight after the sunset drive on the 11th of April for what promises to be a remarkable evening. For many years, WildEarth has taken viewers from around the world to the Mara Triangle, a place of majestic beauty and abundant wildlife. But it wasn't always like this. Before 2001, it was infested with poachers. Illegal harvesting and hunting was rife. Now the situation couldn't be more different. The hard work and dedication of the Mara Conservancy has revolutionized this magical land. But now, the loss of revenue from tourism has created a grave crisis. The Mara Conservancy needs help if they are to continue protecting the reserve and supporting the local communities whose livelihood depend on its survival.
My name is Steve, and one of my favorite things at WildEarth is getting questions from you. The type of questions that I really like are those ones that really help us to unpack and understand and really integrate the ecological knowledge and fully appreciate the importance that animals such as these Cape buffalo bring to the ecosystem. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, you're going to have to register on the website. But once registered, just head on over to the live safari page and enter your question under the live feed.
Well, welcome back to the Duke, everybody. He is dreaming in his sleep. Don't forget, we are live and interactive and would love to hear from you this afternoon with your questions and comments. Please send them through. Let us know perhaps how does it make you feel to see the Duke again? 3 times in 2 days. Makes me feel overwhelmed, actually. I'm very, very happy. I haven't seen Tingana in probably 5 months. Before yesterday, or day before. I think I saw him a couple of days ago with you very briefly, Morgan. Just on Simbili. Haven't seen him in, must be 5 months. I mean, I can't even remember the last time I saw him. So I'm very excited to be seeing him again. How are you, the viewers back home, feeling about seeing Tingy? Look at his dreaming. He's kicking his little legs there. You can hear him snoring a little bit. Would you believe that's a ferocious big male leopard? You wouldn't, hey? I get the question how sometimes I was asked yesterday by a youngster about if we pet the animals. I suppose it is one of those things that comes up when you see these animals. They think we could touch them and play with them, and he does look very soft on the belly there. Chris, the spots won't change. I mean, basically the fur grows out of the skin, and I mean, he might have a scar there, which means that the fur won't grow the same, which means you won't see the spot looking the same, but there's nothing to alter the actual growth of the spots. But if the skin doesn't heal properly, then the fur won't grow back there properly, which will mean that it will influence what that spot will look like. It's just the way it works, you know. If you have an injury to your arm, the hair doesn't quite grow there the way it used to before. So it might be a bald patch, it might stay as a wound, it might actually fester. We don't know, but there's a good chance it's going to heal quite nicely. So here at these little pans is exactly what we thought he would be. Jacqueline, the dewlap, there's a few reasons, potential reasons. A male leopard develops a dewlap. Not all of them have a massive dewlap. It might be a sign of, it makes him look a lot bigger, makes him look a lot thicker, a lot stronger. And leopards are all about body profile. Leopards don't look at each other. They don't look directly at each other. They always look at each other sideways. And so when leopards are challenging each other, they stand side on. And so that dewlap actually, because a male leopard's neck is already very thick, is already almost, like you see the ladies' necks, and it goes neck, line, chin, jaw, all of that. Whereas males, you see chin and chest. It kind of just connects there. So the thicker and the denser that sort of area is, the bigger he looks, the thicker he looks in profile, and so the more formidable he will look. A young male leopard doesn't have one, so there's no way he can pass off being a big male leopard. He just wouldn't fit the profile, and so it'd be easily chased off. But a big male leopard who stands stocky and firm and is growling and the dewlap is vibrating, he just looks formidable, to be honest. He looks really big and strong and powerful. And that's probably one of the reasons. The other reason is it obviously adds a little bit of flesh and skin and fat, I suppose, to the neck area. Similar in male lions, the mane is there developed to protect the head and neck region from fighting. And so no doubt that the dewlap probably serves some form of purpose in that regard as well, if leopards do get into it. But most of the time, the sort of display or the posturing or the size dominance is enough for them to just go, hang on, you're a bit too big for me. But when they do get into it, it can be unbelievable to witness. The noises are next level. But seeing pictures of Hosanna lately is looking like an absolute beast. That neck, that dewlap, that whole body that's forming. He's lost his childlike physique. That thin neck that he had has just bulks out. Now the neck stands out wider than the head. It just looks impressive. Eland are the same, big and thick, no doubt. But no doubt there's though they're able to make themselves look bigger, but you're already quite big then with a mane of fur on the back that makes him look bigger. So in the animal kingdom, size is often one of the most important visuals or the most important sort of signs of defense or attack. Some animals rely more heavily on smell, and then sight comes in second. Wildebeest like to stand big and tall and sideways to their rival to show them how big they are, the side profile. So body language is enormous. Body language is hugely important in the animal world and even in the human world. You see men walking around with slouched shoulders and drooped head, and they don't really look at them like you're very concerned. You don't respect that person immediately, but you get this very big man walking in with these huge shoulders and this big body, and immediately there's a bit more of a deference to it, if you know what I mean. The caveman analogy, the biggest. We've moved away from that a lot, but it's still very important in society. Body language probably pays 60 to 80% of the communication we as people go through. Many people might not see it, but they definitely do portray body language all the time. Gives away so many of our cues. Confidence, lack of confidence. Eye contact. Van Wyk, if he was still holding a territory, the average is about 3 females to a male leopard's territory within this area. It might even be 3.5 or 4. It is fluid. The females do move, and they don't all mate with the same male. Obviously, if he's busy with one and another one comes into estrus, she will get covered by a rival next door. That's what often leads to a lot of the confrontation that they have. But there's generally about 3 females to the territory of one male. And inside that means there's 3 females with territories. You also have the cubs, you also have females that haven't established yet, and you have males that are also nomadic and haven't established yet. So the movement can be quite large. You can see a lot of leopards. I mean, in the Juma area, I've seen, I think I'm up to 28 or 29 leopards now, having now gone on to Bufosuk, Torchwood, and Simbimbili, which is a lot of different leopards. I might need to write them down again to double check. But there's a lot of overlap there. There's a lot of confrontation. There's a lot of territory warfare. I mean, in the time I've been here, Tingana was the dominant. Ukumuri arrived, and in the last year and a half or 2 years, Mawati's moved onto the scene. Tingana was still strong for quite some time, and now he seems to just be moving about. There's other males in the east, quarantine. There's Hlangula in the north. So there's lots of male leopards around. There's lots of leopards around, actually. And we're starting to see more of them at the moment as the vegetation is starting to thin out. And the water, is still very freely available. But that's why we haven't been seeing them. Can you imagine all the little pans and streamlets all across the property have got water, just like this one does. Thankfully, this one is right next to the road. That's been like that for months. So there's been no need for these fellows to track all the way to the water. They can just lie here, beautiful green, soft grass, drinking to their heart's content. Catch it, Tinky, catch it. He's dreaming of catching something now. Okay, well, we're probably going to stay here. It doesn't seem like the other vehicle has yet arrived, but I'll send you over to Marcus.
Welcome back to andBeyond Ngala, everyone. So we have made our way to a water body or a waterhole where we were hoping we'll find some animals, maybe elephants, drinking, bathing, and even wallowing. But that wasn't the case. So we couldn't find animals in that waterhole. So we are still bumbling about, hoping for anything that the bush is willing to surprise us with. But that being said, I think from now the plan will be to head back central, hoping to catch up maybe with the other Birmingham Pride members. So there were ones that has got these 2 slightly older cubs that are about a year old now that we were following last night. They were trying to hunt and they were not seen this morning. So I think it can be something worth doing, heading towards the area where we last left them. Hopefully we'll be able to relocate on them, see what might have happened last night or even early this morning. And also there is that one lioness with the 3 young stars that we also haven't seen this morning. So yesterday they were seen with one of those 2 dominant males. And this morning we were able to locate on that one male, but he was just by himself. I'm not sure where the lioness and the young stars were. So I'm just hoping that maybe that lioness might have hunted something at night, because she looked like she needed a meal, and also she was getting agitated when those cubs were trying to suckle when we left her last night. So that might have been because she herself was very hungry. And if she is hungry, if she doesn't feed as regularly, she won't be able to lactate as much. So I think it's an idea that we might be heading back central to where we lost them. So yeah, just let's see if we will be able to find all these lions, and we will hand you over to the Pridelands. Let's see what JP has in store for us.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Eco Training Pridelands. We decided to go and walk somewhere else and take a break from the elephant activity. We then started moving away from the dam. Up to now, we've just again located another buffalo, as we were walking through an area where we wanted to go back towards our vehicle. The animal is on the opposite side of a drainage line, and we are on an embankment and standing in the shade behind a tree where he currently can't see us, so therefore we're entirely safe. We're just going to sit and watch what he can, what he's busy up to. For the moment, he's just feeding, and it doesn't seem if he's aware of us at all. As mentioned on one of the earlier editions of the shows, these are males quite often used to be forming part of large breeding herds, and often take breaks from these breeding herds to recover and regain their energy. As mentioned, they sometimes go back into these big breeding herds, and they will mate again with the cows in that group. However, at some point, they sometimes just decide it's no longer worth spending energy to go back into those big groups, and then just hang around with the guys, or alternatively on their own. Good afternoon, Kevin. That's a very good question, and I've never really observed if calves do go and suckle on other cows. However, most of the time that I've personally observed it, I've only seen that they will actually allow their own calf to suckle on them and chase away other calves that try and come and suckle on them. While you were mentioning calves, one of the things that I find quite interesting about the big breeding herds is that if there's a potential threat that do approach them, the calves will be bunched up into the center, the females directly around them, and then the larger bulls on the outside. One of the other things that I do find quite interesting as well is that the dominant bulls that are mating won't be the ones that are necessarily leading the group. The leaders can be both male or female, and we generally refer to them as pathfinders. They will make decisions with regards to where the herd is going, when they're resting, when they're going to drink, and when they're feeding. Some of the herds that I've seen over the last few years are incredibly big, especially so in the Kruger National Park on the Nwanetsi concession. I've seen herds often over 500 to 600 individuals. The largest herd I've personally seen was well over 1,000. However, they can become even bigger than this in East Africa, where several thousand individuals can group together. It seems as if our buffalo is just peacefully moving away, still feeding. From here we're going to continue our walk and go and see what we do. And what we're going to do from here is back off on the same route as that we came, so that we don't unnecessarily disturb him. And in the meanwhile, we're going to hand you over to Steve, which is on a mission. Hopefully he'll be bringing you another surprise or two.
on the Juma
Hello everybody, welcome back. Just 1 second, sorry. No problem for I got no signal that side, so we're not going to be coming north. Okay, so everybody, we made space for Tingana, for Fan, to go and have a look, and we are going to Tlalamba. Woo! Excited, Morgan? Excited. I said yesterday we're going to find her before the 15. Not necessarily me, but she's going to get found. So we are going to go there. She's just south of Kalahari Dam. And she, I don't know. I don't really know an update. I know she's got some meat there. Going to be very interested to see what her condition looks like. Rexon's currently with her, but is about to leave. Connor, it's not common to have them hunting together. It's not something that we see, but I can't say that it's never happened. Definitely Leopardess will hunt and her cub will eat with her. So is that hunting together? Don't think so. But there's things that these animals are doing that we don't always fully understand. I've never seen them hunting together. It's not something that's well documented. For example, Sibuya's two cubs are together all the time. One will make a kill, the other one will steal it. Does that mean they're hunting together or not? Difficult to say. You know, male lions do that with female lions all the time. They're considered to be hunting together. So you don't see them actively going, hey, you go that way, you go that way. And we don't see that behavior, no. They are solitary. They spend most of their time on their own, but like I said, when they've got cubs, they will help the cubs feed. But in my experience, I don't think they do. But we've seen Thandi many times when Tlalamba was still a youngster. She used to make the kill and then she would eat and then she would have to move away and look away while Tlalamba feeds. She couldn't watch her feed. It's like this jealousy or something. It's I want to eat. I know I want my daughter to eat, but I want it. So by not looking, it makes it okay. By not looking, it makes it okay. But they instinctively know they need to feed their cubs, you know. They instinctively know it. But they're not documented to be pack hunters, pride hunters. Although a female leopard with her two youngsters, a hunt happens. Was there not assistance? Maybe. Maybe. I'm hoping to get some photographic evidence of that sort of stuff. Sent out my first email today for photographs and stories from guides in the Sabi sands of leopards doing what they do. I want to put together a book, photographic book with guides, stories of all the leopards in the Sabi sands doing crazy stuff, like litters of 6, you know, or prides, or 6 leopards together, or 4 leopards together, or 2 leopards feeding on the same kill, or a male and female leopard hunting together. You know, document the evidence through photographic guide, photographs and stories, pictures of them up trees with ridiculous kills, like giraffe or a water buck. A leopard with just porcupine quills sticking out the face, and photographic journal / behavioral guide. Anyway, that's what I'm going to be working on. So if you have any wonderful Sabi sands photos of leopards doing crazy things, email me. So 50, well, we are almost certain we're going to see her. And I'm quite excited, I'm not going to lie. I think I've been wanting to see Tlalamba this whole time back. Out of all the leopards I've spent time with photographing, I think I've captured her the best, from my opinion and my angle. Shadulu second. Hasana, I was just learning how to take pictures then. Not that I'm still not learning. But I didn't get any really good ones of that young boy. He was a young boy then. But this is an area right here that all of them have spent a lot of time. I saw Herbie, if all of you remember Herbie, I saw him at the gate just before show started, and his guests, because he's freelancing at one of the Sabi Sands lodges, his guests were watching that video of us walking Hosanna here, finding him. And they're like, we want to see this leopard, we want to do this. That was such good fun. Such good fun. Bushwalking. So we've had Hosanna and Tingana in this tree before. We've had Tingana and Tlalamba down there. Do any of you remember that scene where she went up the tree and she bopped him on the nose? Happened right over there. I wasn't there, but I'd seen them in that area. Okay. Anticipation. Now, somewhere we're going to be lucky. See if I can still track. Morgan, you reckon I've got it? No, it's a bit doubtful there. Bit doubtful. Rex, I'm just here on Mvubu. Will I get your tracks?
Come is busy going to Australia.
Sorry, Rex, go again. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Rex. Sorry, I'll get to your question now, Mekanova.
Just some time east, keep coming. I'll tell you to turn to your right.
Copy, thanks. So I heard him giving another update there about...
Before the meeting, you're running against the green line. Is heading south. If you have an access ball, you see vehicle tracks where friend comes out.
Copy, thanks. Okay, so they're just up here, a little bit further south than I thought. And sorry, Elton, I didn't get Mikanova's question. Mikanova. I do apologize if I got the name wrong. Mikanova, well, Hosanna is probably the main reason that Tingana is still alive today. He was catching nyalas and dakas and impala right there the whole time. And Tingana was going through quite an ill patch. I don't know if I was talking about it this morning or yesterday. He went through a bit of a rough patch. And Tingana was just stealing his food. And, well, that's what big male leopards do. Big male leopards are allowed to steal. It's kind of a tax for a young male leopard staying in his territory. And he tolerated Osani. He allowed him to hang out. He allowed him to do his thing. And because of Osana's behavior and hunting prowess, Tingana survived.
Nestled on the banks of one of the largest lakes in the Sabi Sands lies an award-winning game lodge called Cheetah. Many of you will have been on safari here virtually with WildEarth, but now we are offering you the chance to see it for yourself in person. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer before the end of April, and you and a friend could win 3 nights to this luxury lodge. In addition to the unforgettable safaris, you can unwind on the deck, relax in the pool, and even savor the various bush dining experiences. Cheetah's holistic approach to hospitality, with specific emphasis on conservation, will leave you with the very best memories of the African wild. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature.
Graham, I'm just going to see, there's a very good place that I want to see if we can get good signal from there. That's what I'd like to know.
Welcome to dawn in the African bush.
How cool is this? Can you believe it?
Those cubs are now only 10 feet from us. Unbelievable.
Elephants chasing wild dogs chasing elephants. Pandemonium!
Watching how WildEarth has grown since 2007 has been truly remarkable. On the 27th of April this year, WildEarth will be turning 14, and we would love to hear from you. Please send us your own special birthday message, which we can share with the rest of the WildEarth family. Maybe you can tell us why you started watching WildEarth, what WildEarth means to you, or you could just send us a very happy birthday. Don't forget, when you want to film yourself, to hold your phone sideways to get the best angle. When you are ready, you can email your videos through to birthday@wildearth.tv.
Hi everyone, my name's Daniel Fisher and I'm going to be your guide this afternoon. I'm looking really forward to taking you through and showing you all the beautiful places here at andBeyond in Ngala. If you have any questions, please register on our website. Once registered, go to the live page feed and post your questions underneath the live feed. Join me on my next safari through andBeyond in Ngala on WildEarth. Send me live questions through the WildEarth website and I'll answer them live from the African bush.
Okay, so she's just down in the drainage here, and we're just going to have to try find a way to get there. But she's down at the bottom, and her kill is somewhere nearby, so I'm not sure exactly where. Okay, well, we'll try to figure it out. We'll send you over to Pridelands.
was such a beautiful sunset, and the silence and the sounds that we can hear are so amazing. It makes me so thankful for being here. And in the meanwhile, we're just going to hand you over to Ngala.
We are still here at Ngala and beyond, everyone. So we are still making our way towards where we last sort of left that Birmingham Pride. So we don't or didn't get any updates of anyone maybe seeing them in that area. But the thing is, nobody really followed them up for this afternoon. So we'll just want to try and make our way to that area, see if maybe there will be somewhere where we'll be able to view them, or alternatively, if we can get excuse me, if we can get some tracks that might indicate where they might have gone, so we'll be able to follow up on them. But yeah, like I said, so far we don't really have anything to work with. But maybe when we get to that area, we'll be able to pick up something that might help us able to locate on these animals. So maybe we'll just head back also to where we have left that one brother in the morning. Hopefully we'll be able to get the other members, or if maybe even if that brother is still there, he might be able to show us where the others are. Or you can even find that his other brother has then joined him in that area, which will be quite nice to see what they get up to after sunset, because they will definitely move. They will patrol their territory, because really there's no time to rest with them. So they just have to make sure that there are no intruders. And as you might see now, or as you might have an idea of, that this Birmingham Pride is pretty much scattered everywhere in this property. Yet it's still the job of those two to be able to protect them from all intruding lions that might walk in here. So they can't really afford not to know what's happening in their territory. So that's what will make them now be able to go about patrolling their territories. So they need to make sure that all these Pride members are safe, and also that their territory is not under threat, which will in turn put Sorry, can you repeat the question for me? So the question is, do we as guides attend to injured animals? No, we don't. We try not to interfere with nature. So if the injury is something that, if the injury is something that occurred naturally, so we'll try and stay away from that. We don't really interfere much about that, unless maybe if we find a rhino maybe that was poached, or a rhino that was shot and injured, that's when that we might try and help. And that being mentioned, we don't really attend to the rhino ourselves. So because we are under Kruger, what we do is we try and get hold of our section ranger, who will then in turn get hold of a vet, and then we'll just give them the direction or even GPS coordinates of where we last saw that injured animal. But as you hear when I explain this, it's because those injuries are something that are caused by men, not really natural injuries. So we try and stay away from these and then leave these animals to heal in the natural way. And if they don't heal, unfortunately, it is what it is. And then they'll just die. And then that's where you will see some vultures descending on the carcass. And even these lions we are looking for, because they do scavenge sometimes, and also hyenas. So yeah, we are still making our way and facing the beautiful sunset. And we just want to find out what these lions have been up to. Hopefully we'll get some bit of action. Yeah, Lucky, I agree with you. It is spectacular. Hey? Sunset is beautiful here. If you look at it towards that direction where the sun is just about to get behind us, Drakensberg Mountains, it is actually something quite beautiful, quite nice to watch. And hopefully we might be able to show that to you. Not sure if we'll be able to, but we'll try, definitely. There we go, Lucky. I'm sure other viewers will be as excited as myself and Lucky seeing that sun that's just about to go behind the mountains. How nice it is just to stop and watch that for a moment. So these are some of those little small stuff that when you add them together, they make quite an experience. Much as I do love to speak about the sunset, I think for now let's just sit back, enjoy it in silence as we always do. Behind the mountains, the sun goes. How lovely was it to watch that? And much as we love watching this, we'll just continue looking for our lions. In the meantime, we'll send you over. Let's see what Chad has got for us.
Welcome back, everybody. We left those cheetah and we came into the area of where those two lionesses were, and they seemed to have eluded us. They moved from quite a prominent little mud wallow where they were earlier on in the afternoon, and we drove around a little bit. We were unable to see any tracks or signs of these lions, so we decided to move away from that area and came across this beautiful dazzle of zebra. You can see that there's one youngster there, just in the front. That zebra seems to be grooming itself just like that cheetah was a little bit earlier on this afternoon. And you can see the grass is quite short where we are. We're actually on an old runway, obviously a grass runway, but I think there's quite a lot of maybe fresh grass in and around this area. So I think these zebras, after all that rain we've had, they've maybe moved into this area to be able to feed on those fresh grass shoots. But also, I mean, you can see it is starting to get a little bit dark. The sun has set in the western parts of Phinda behind the Lobombo Mountains, and so it's starting to get a little bit darker, and that's when animals like lions will start to get active. And you can imagine these zebras in this open area, they've got a much better chance of seeing those lions coming towards them, so they've got a better chance of getting away. And I think these zebras most likely will spend the evening in and around this open area on this runway. They feel a lot safer, and especially with that youngster on the far right hand side, they'll feel a lot safer out here on these open areas. It's a beautiful, quiet evening here on Phinda. But I think we might just leave these zebras. They seem like they're happy on this open area. We're going to continue bumbling, see what else we can find. And we're going to send you over to Steve at Juma, who's got something exciting for you.
Yes, we do, everybody. Hello, Princess Kalamba. She is in the drainage, lying down. Oh, there we go. That's how much she cares for being on camera today. You haven't been on camera in ages, my girl. Where have you been? She's just been hiding. Now, there's lots of talk about whether she's pregnant or whether she's had cubs. It's my first time seeing her, and we're just at the wrong angle to see her tummy. It's hard to tell. Her tummy is a little bit full. She apparently does have a kill somewhere here. She's enjoying the nice coolness of the riverbed. So father and daughter. She also has provided him with a lot of meals. We spoke about Hosana providing Tingana a lot of meals. Kalamba's definitely given him her fair share as well. She was 3 in November. So the right sort of age for a female leopard to start coming into estrus, to start becoming territorial. She has picked up a lot of her mom's traits with regards to disappearing into the thickets. Beach Bunny says, hooray, Kalamba. Yes, indeed, we are very excited to have her. Very excited to have her here. And We want to see her tummy. So maybe she'll move for us in a moment and show us. Now, if some of you are asking what I mean by her tummy, it means we want to look at the mammary glands, see if they're swollen, to see if they're distended, to see if they've been suckled on. That is how we tell if a female leopard has got cubs or is pregnant, depending on obviously each of those factors. She hasn't had cubs before, so her mammary glands wouldn't be distended. She's also having a little dream already. Amazing how quickly these cats can fall asleep. Maybe it's my soothing voice. Do you think? No. It's not. Morgan's got earphones on the whole time, listening to my voice, and he seems to think that my voice isn't that soothing. So sorry, Morgan. I bet you Morgan secretly records my voice for when he tries to fall asleep at night. Bev, well, I mean, what kind of relationship are we talking about, you know? He steals their food, so he's the unwanted guest, you know? For a while, he was the dominant male of the area, and his territorial behavior and his dominance of the area kept this one safe, kept Hosanna safe. So some Greenwood Hippos are making a whole lot of noise behind us there. Yeah, sorry, you can't frame them. Everything is all behind us. But when it comes to relationship, I don't think they invite him over for dinners or anything like that. But definitely he knew who they were and they knew who he was, and there was tolerance involved. One of the concerns that started coming about and probably is still about is, you know, an aging male leopard normally has a territory for X number of years, 4, maybe 5 years, and then that's it, they move on or they pass away. So it often eliminates the possibility of them mating with their own daughters. It's not impossible, but it does happen, and obviously with Kalamba coming of age and Tingana being around, you know, what's to stop the aging duke? But we don't know if she has mated with anybody. I don't know if anyone's actually physically seen it happen. Mwati has been the dominant male force in the area for a little while. He's a little bit hard to find, but he'll come around. A little bit more work put in. We had a wonderful sighting of him the other night on his warthog kill. Gracie, well, we'd love to see little mini Kalambas running around as well. Can you imagine? The one that we've known since, I mean, I know many of you viewers have been watching this show for a long time, so you've seen many of our leopards come through the ranks of cub into adults. I can't say I've ever spent as much time documenting. You know, we see cats in our lives, and I've guided for a long time, but, you know, you don't get into the story, you don't get into the sort of life of these animals like this program allows us to. And I've been following this leopard since she was 2 months old. And to now see her as a territorial female who maybe has her own babies or on the way is very exciting. I know Tristan is coming in next. He's going to be very excited as well to know. Love our guides, of course they recognize her voice. Look at that. She's going, there we go. I know exactly who's speaking. I love our guides. I don't know. I mean, we'd love to anthropomorphize and say that these leopards know us intimately. And I honestly felt there was a relationship between Hosanna and myself, but I feel like a lot of people feel the same. So I think he might just have been that charismatic leopard that everybody seemed to bond with and everybody seemed to feel that there was a special connection with. Kalumba's far more aloof than Hosanna was. Little Maribs is becoming a very characteristic young boy. We're hoping he might be the next Hosanna who hangs around the block and gives us wonderful sightings. But Kalumba's been a little bit more of her mom, you know. She's a little bit more like, you want to find me, you're going to have to follow me. She hasn't been as forthcoming as Hosanna was. Hosanna used to love being on the show. He used to love it, honestly, he did. And we used to enjoy showing him. Kalumba, I think, is enjoying the nice secret life of a leopard, and she looks at us going, oh goodness, how on earth did you find me again? There was a period of time when she was north of where we are now, in this block, for months at a time when we couldn't find her, because it's just, if she's in the block and she's not coming out, and you're not getting tracks, and then you just finally find her, she's not being seen as regularly. And I'm not saying that the influence of the vehicles or anything, but they sort of get a bit more, Hosanna was, what we'd say, was bulletproof to the cars. He just used to love being around them. He was found so often, he really didn't mind. But Kalumba went through periods where we didn't see her for weeks at a time. We saw it with Kara during the lockdown, when I found Kara for the first time after lockdown, the first time I'd seen her. She wasn't very relaxed, because she hadn't been seen regularly. She hadn't been tracked regularly because no one was around, no one was out and about. And so suddenly all these vehicles are just, it's suddenly foreign to them once again. So that habituation process has to start once again. But whether she recognizes our voices, well, we'd hope so, wouldn't we? We'd hope so. We'll never truly know. She's also been spending a fair bit of time in Bufusuk, in areas we're not really able to cover. So whether she's being mistaken for Kara in tracks, it's very possible. Both of them are young leopards, a few months apart. I think Kara's a year younger than, almost a year and a month, or just under. Oh, a year and a month. And so both sort of trying to find their way in the world. Different mums, different fathers, different characters. Catching some flies. There we go. That's the face we know and love. Guguletu, are you afraid of lions? Everything's afraid of lions. Lions are... Excuse me, I've swallowed something. Lions are what everybody calls the king of the jungle. Everything makes way. Oh, there we go. Let's have a look at your belly there, girl. Oh, no, she doesn't want us to look at the belly. Doesn't want us to look at the belly. No, you're not looking at my belly. So, Guguletu, there's a healthy respect between leopards and lions, and leopards will always move away from lions. You know, this female here probably weighs maybe 50 kilograms. She could maybe get up to 60, possibly at full weight. Your average lioness, 135. You know, I mean, there's just no comparison in the strength and the size. Male lion, minimum 200 kilograms, 240, 250 as well. So the weight game is just impossible. You know, there's leopards have got no chance against a lion. No other predator's got a chance against a lion one-on-one. Hyena sometimes will gang up on them as a group. but just mentally wired a different way. Cats, all the other cats make way for lion, all the other animals. Elephant will chase them, but they're still elephants don't like them. They have a threat to their calves. Rhino don't like them. Hippo don't like them. They're a threat. So there's a fear that they will kill their calves, and they will always chase them. They'll always chase them. Excuse me.
In preparation for our 14th birthday, we will be lighting up a fire and heading on a special journey down memory lane. Join Lauren and Steve on the 11th of April for a sentimental look through the archives.
The missing cubs have arrived! Holy moly, everyone, this is incredible stuff.
Oh my goodness, everyone. Oh, there's two.
Who better to have as special guests than the WildEarth co-founders Emily and Graham Wallington. They'll be answering questions about WildEarth's fascinating journey since its launch in 2007. Following many requests, we've decided to make this event available to everyone, not just explorers. You do, however, need to be registered on the WildEarth.tv website. Join us straight after the sunset drive on the 11th of April for what promises to be a remarkable evening.
So in 1998, we had this idea to go and put a live web camera on a waterhole somewhere in the Sabi sands next to the Kruger National Park. And I approached just about every single landowner, and everybody thought I was completely crazy until I met Yuri and Pippa Moorman.
We thought it was definitely a fun idea and a worthwhile thing to experiment.
And it immediately became a runaway success. And it gave people all around the world the opportunity to watch a little piece of Africa day and night. Back in 1998, it was the very early stages of the internet. And all we were able to do was to get a 30-second refreshing JPEG out of that camera. But over time, what we began to do is focus more and more on trying to develop this concept of giving people the opportunity to go on safari.
Even though we live just 500 meters up this hill, we still put the camera on to see what's happening.
Absolutely, we watch it ourselves.
Hello, I'm Marna, your WildEarth safari guide from andBeyond Ngala. What I really like about connecting with WildEarth viewers is that we get to speak to viewers instantly, and I get to show you this beautiful property. If you want to ask me a question, register on the WildEarth website. Simply head over to the live safari page and you can submit your questions there. Join me or one of the other guides twice a day on WildEarth.
Hi everyone, you did see me at the start of the drive, and not unfortunately, but I am now on the dam cam. So we'll give you some beautiful views of Gowrie Dam. Unfortunately, Wendy has broken down every single day, I'm afraid, so I really hope I can be out with you all on an actual safari tomorrow morning. But you are welcome to send in your questions. We're losing a lot of light, so it's going to be very tricky to actually find things at the dam cam. But at least you can get some beautiful views of Golden Hour over Gowrie Dam. Susie, I would say yes. In terms of the sort of circumference of the dam, I would definitely say that it is the largest. In terms of the deepest and the actual volume of water, I'm not sure. But I think this year definitely Gowrie Dam wins that one. Chitwa's bigger, but obviously Chitwa is on a different property. And the dams up in Buffelshoek are also huge. Kyamanzi, big dam. But I think, Susie, yes, you're right. On Juma, the Gowrie Dam is definitely the largest. And it's full. I mean, look, it extends way back. It almost touches the houses at the lodge. So yes, it is an incredibly large dam. And I personally feel that this winter won't actually reduce the water levels completely. I don't think Gowrie Dam is going to be void of all water. I think there will be still some water all the way throughout winter, but I could be wrong. So let's check and let's wait and see. We can all follow that journey together. Okay, I had Miss Kalamba this morning, but unfortunately things did not go my way, so let's send you across to Steve, who has the little princess.
Here we are in the infrared, everybody. Just managed to reposition a little bit there, get another view. Doesn't help us with her belly though. Excuse me, swallowed something. She's such a pretty girl. Mary, lovely to have you here right now, being out in safari, starting to get, oh, there we go, she's done. Starting to get to the better times of the year from a temperature point of view, but it is still very, very green. And predators are not guaranteed, but that many reasons for coming to the bush. Gitsugumi, they grow into the spots. They don't necessarily change colour as far as I've seen. What you'll notice is that the animal seems a lot darker when they're younger. They're born with all the spots, and as they grow, the gold or bronze in between the spots starts to increase, sort of like stretching the skin. So you start to see more gold, and they're a lot darker when they're very young. Probably as a form of regulation, or keeping them warm. Also quite camouflaged at that age, although they're very camouflaged now. But when they are very, very small, they're in little holes and little burrows and underneath little thickets, hidden away. Not burrows like hyenas, just underneath the undergrowth. She's not going to go anywhere. She might feed again. I'm surprised she hasn't tried to take her kill. Excuse me, up a tree. She dragged it through this thicket, as far as I'm aware, and left it somewhere nearby. Maybe it is up a tree. We haven't seen it. Tswalu, it's hard to say. I mean, we don't know where she's been. We haven't seen her in weeks. So if she does have cubs, doesn't mean she's very close. No, doesn't mean she's close to the den. They go off hunting and then they make a kill and they feed where they feed and then they go back to the den. Obviously, they would like to be able to hunt closer afield than further away, but that's not always the way it works. They won't necessarily make a kill next to the den. That obviously just attracts the wrong attention, the wrong kind of friends to come and visit, such as hyena, which is not what she wants. You can possibly hear the scops owl behind us. No, Roy, hyenas are quite unique in that regard. Most mammals, the male is bigger than the female. It's the opposite for large birds of prey. Generally, the female is bigger than the male. It's all about the dominance. And up she gets. Didn't move very far. Excuse me, well, I'm going to try to clear whatever this is in my throat, and we're going to send you back over to andBeyond in Ngala.
Welcome back to andBeyond in Ngala, everyone. Oh, as you can see in front of us here, we've got this lone bull that we have found quite close to the road, busy feeding there. You can hear that sound of him ripping up others' grasses and hitting it against his body just so to get rid of the excess soil that he might have on the roots of those grasses. And I'm sure you can see that he is sweating on that temporal glands. So just behind the ear you can see that one black line, if I can call it that. So that's him actually sweating from those temporal glands, which in male elephants like this, so that indicates must. So it looks like he is in that stage where he's got high testosterone. And so these elephants, you will see them. As you can see, there he is, secreting from that temporal gland. Sometimes you'll also find that even with female elephants, when they're under stress, they do secrete from those glands. So in female elephants, when they're stressed, maybe there isn't a lot of food available, you'll find them stressed like that. Or even if maybe there is a bull that goes into the breeding head and then try to push, trying to find these females that are on the head. You might find that these females will be exactly like that. But also, when there is lack of food close by, maybe a few water sources as well, and you find that the animal has got, the elephant has got a young one, you will find females also secreting from that temporal gland. But as you can see, that bull, that will be a show of must. He looks very relaxed or pretty content with us here. But also with these elephant bulls, the older they get, the more they can control their mast. Not unlike in small bulls. And you notice how small that eye is. So Strick would like to know, how do you age elephants? So I think Strick personally would be looking at their size, because something else that you might be able to see is these tusks, but those ones wouldn't really give you a clear indication of the animal's age, because sometimes they wear off with age. And also these elephants do use those tusks again for some food. Maybe when they want to debug a tree, they will use the trunks, they'll use the tusks. So I think the best way would be to look at the size of an elephant. That's what will be accurate. And as you can see him flipping his ears there. This is quite a sizable bull. So I was talking about that eye. As you can see, how small it is relative to the body size of this elephant. So you would like to know what's that substance coming out of the temporal gland. So I am not sure, Yuri, so I will have to find out and get back to you with that one, if it's got a name. I'm not quite sure, so I will have to get back to you with that one. But it is evident even from this distance that, yeah, it is secreting from that temporal gland. You see how it's just using its trunk there to feed itself, so it will grab the grass by the trunk, then just like that put it in his mouth. And then sometimes we'll find that these grasses will come out with their roots and then some soil, and then he'll just brush that against his body, as you can see him doing there, and then in it goes. So for now, I think we'll just drive, look for these lions and let this elephant do what he's doing. In the meantime, we'll send you over to Steve. Let's see what the leopard is doing that side.
Well, we are still with Tlalamba. She hasn't done much. She's got her head up. I think she's listening listen to the impalas shouting on quarantine. Can't help herself. More animals making noise. Well, there's another leopard up there. That's more than just a ratting call. Well, Michael, it depends on who you're comparing it to with regards to better. But obviously these nocturnal animals are designed for being active at night, so their eyesight is incredible at night. They see in the darkness, they see black and white, of course. And how can we define whether it's better at night than in the day? Difficult to quantify that. Definitely far better than ours, if we compared ours versus our daytime and our nighttime vision. We see very well in the day. We do not see at night, but that's to do with the design of the eye. But these animals see very well during the day, but whether they see better at night is, I wouldn't know how to quantify that. The color vision that we have allows us to see depth, obviously allows us to see color. Black and white gives them huge amounts of movement and the ability to see in low light. But they don't see depth as well. That's why camouflage works so well. Breaking up of the outline works so well. But they see shapes and movement incredibly well. Where's your kill at, my girl? Is it somewhere nearby? We haven't seen it. We're not sure where it is. Just heard some square-tailed nightjars a moment ago. Mohammed, well, we get quite used to seeing their faces, but for the most part, many people look at the spot pattern just above the, just below, next to the nose there. If you go on the nose to the left, you'll see there's 1, 2, a spot above 3 and 4, so there's 5 with 1 above, and on the other side it looks the same. So that's the spot pattern. We call it the whisker spot pattern that many people will use for identifying leopards. You look at ear notching, look at scars. I most of the time look at face. There's just a recognition of the face now on many of the cats that we know so well. But spot pattern on the right and left, we'll call it a 3-3 or 2-2 or a 5-2 or a 5-5. So that's how some people will use it for identifying. But each of the spots on the body are unique. And if you get screenshots of the body of the animal on the side or from the back, then you can actually get unique characteristics. But it's not easy to see that without taking photos again of the animal and comparing. Thankfully, we've got an audience of followers that have been watching for a long time and have got much of this on a database. And if we're not sure of a leopard, they can tell us immediately. They can tell us very quickly. But after a period of time with the same cat, looking at her, taking photos with them, not with them specifically, but of them, you get some characteristic features of the face that make them look quite unique. First time you see a leopard, you think, oh, there's a leopard. You don't really know the difference between one and the other, but after a period of time, you definitely do start to pick up on that.
On the 27th of April, WildEarth will be turning 14 years old, and we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for all of you. And to celebrate, we will be finishing the beautiful book that we started last year that looks at the history so far. But we do need you to be part of it. Please submit your most memorable sighting, or what WildEarth means to you, or even just your name and a comment to be included inside the book. Head over to the website to add your name and reserve your copy. And a big thank you to all of you who have contributed to the book so far.
Staying one step ahead is the key to survival out in the African wild. And now you can stay in front of the pack with a WildEarth weekly newsletter. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer and you will get exclusive behind-the-scenes stories about your favorite guides and camera operators. Information about our upcoming plans and projects will be delivered to your inbox every week before anyone else. And you can hone your guiding skills by taking part in our Identify Me nature quizzes. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature.
I got into wildlife filmmaking because of a passion for nature and a notion that I could make a difference. Helping others fall in love with nature brings meaning to what I do. It's also a lot of fun. A couple of times per week we receive some very heartfelt messages from viewers telling us about how WildEarth has made a difference in their life, whether it's helped them through a difficult period or simply helped them to reconnect with nature. I think that's why we do what we do.
You are cheeky. That was a brave decision. Amber Eyes is... Oh. That is so magic. That was absolutely wonderful. Amber Eyes just gave that cub an enormous hug.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth.
Welcome back to andBeyond Ngala, everyone. So we are still on our search for those lions. However, we are now not searching for that lioness, for the little cubs. As you might know that we don't really view these cubs at this time of the day. So we are hoping for the other lions or even the tree. For those of you who might have tuned in from this morning, even the tree that we saw earlier, because now it is night time, it is a good time for them to be up and about trying to hunt, and it will be quite interesting to watch the tree hunt because, as I mentioned earlier, this is really not their territory, so they're not really from this Birmingham Pride that we usually see here. And it will be quite nice to see them hunting. How do they do? How do they go about doing the things they do? Because much as they would want to hunt, they'll also like not to encounter the Birmingham Pride wherever it is that they might be walking or hunting. So it will be quite nice to see what or how they move, what are their movements, how into our property they can advance all these areas where these Birmingham Pride members are. Because like I mentioned earlier, Birmingham Pride has got numbers as opposed to those who are just 3 sub-adults. I think that even that experienced when it comes to confrontations that they will be able to hold their own as this Birmingham Pride. So I would love to see them hunt or even come across some of these members of the Pride that tried to hunt last night. Because those ones we can view, those cubs are fairly old. At about a year old, who will be able to view them. But yeah, it is that time now. We might even be surprised with leopards because this road we're driving in at the moment, it is that one that is adjacent to this dry riverbed, the Timbavati. And then leopards also will be up and about this time, so are the hyenas. Yeah, so just come with me on this search. Hopefully we'll be able to find something. And we'll hand you over to Juma. Let's see what Lorraine has got on them cam for us.
I am indeed on them cam, and I'm just sitting here mesmerised by the insects. You can't actually identify what insects they are, but they almost look like shooting stars going across the dam cam. It's not shooting stars, of course. It's the insects glowing in the nighttime vision. I didn't catch that name, but I don't think the temperatures get low enough here for the water to freeze. And generally speaking, during winter, the water levels drop, and normally the dams completely dry out. And when I first arrived here in 2019, apologies about this, we're in FC and something is happening. Please bear with us. There we go. When I first arrived in 2018, every single dam was dry. It looked like the sole of someone's foot who had been walking through the desert for years upon years. Very, very cracked and completely dry. Not a drop to drink anywhere. The only water available was, of course, from the pumped pans, Gallagher pan and Frutella pan. So in winter, the water sort of evaporates because the sun is still out during the day and it's still actually very hot during the day. And therefore, I don't imagine it would ever freeze. I've never experienced the temperatures getting that low enough for any of the water to freeze. And yes, we do have fireflies. Potentially some of these insects that you can see right now could be fireflies. Yes, we do. They're the most wonderful insects to see. They really are. And there's actually a song released about fireflies, but they make a lot of people happy. And we do get them here. It's just, of course, very, very difficult for us to put them on camera, of course, because by the time the fireflies start to get active, we're in infrared, which is an incredible tool to be able to view wildlife without shining that harsh spotlight upon them. So it's very difficult to show you the fireflies, but yes, we absolutely do have them. And they're just releasing bioluminescence. You also get bioluminescence in the ocean. A particular hotspot for that is Maldives. And there's times of the year where these sort of plankton will fluoresce, and therefore they only do this when they're disturbed. So you can go swimming in the night time. It's obviously better at the new moon rather than full moon, and you will swim. Everybody turns their torches off, so you're surrounded by darkness. You're engulfed by the darkness. There's no moon. The stars are not emitting that much light. There's no artificial light, so you are plunged into darkness. And what they ask you to do is put your mask, your face into the water with your mask on, and move rapidly. Move your arms and move your legs, and you're disturbing the plankton, causing them to fluoresce, causing them to sort of the use of bioluminescence because they are disturbed, and it's magical. It's like swimming in amongst the stars, blue stars, probably one of the best experiences I've ever had. So it's not just limited to fireflies. Many organisms will sort of make use of bioluminescence. Some of them do it to attract mates, some of them and they're trying to distract the predators, and some of them will use it to attract prey. They're also called lightning bugs, which is super cool. I think if I was a firefly, I would much prefer to be called a lightning bug. And they're actually beetles, if any of you are unsure what a firefly actually is. It's really a beetle at the end of the day. Kirsty, yes, it looks like snow. But I can assure you it's definitely not snow, that's for sure. My goodness, I remember the beast of the east that hit the UK all the way from Russia, and we got completely snowed in to the point where we couldn't even open our front door. And I'm sure many of you that are maybe based in Canada or northern US or even Europe, even Russia, you will know exactly what that feels like, and it's not easy. Everything is cancelled, transport is cancelled, shops are shut, and your beagle, who is a little bit of a princess, refuses to put her foot in the snow. So you have a very demanding, irritable beagle on your hands. It's not easy, but I can assure you it's not snowing. It's not that cold. It's very enchanting to watch this, so I must say. And for fireflies, them flashing, them emitting and making use of this bioluminescence is actually the language of love. It's mating signals. So when you do see fireflies sort of emitting that light, just remember it's the language of love. So as I sit and continue to be enchanted by this wonderful scenery in front of me, we are going to send you across to Steve, who's on a bumble.
Kalamba, everybody. We never saw the carcass that she had, but last report is it wasn't hoisted, so it's best to just leave. If it was hoisted and she was maybe in the tree with it, maybe a better idea, we could have stayed. Don't want to attract any unwanted attention for the poor girl. So, no idea even what she had or where it was exactly. They saw it this morning and it was on the ground. Most likely impala. We're just going to go up to quarantine, have a look, see if we can see what was making all the noise, or making the impalas make all that noise. And then we might go meander on over to old Tingana, see if he's decided to wake up. See maybe where he's decided to walk to. Oh, hang on, we wanted to see if them kuhumas were going to come onto Juma. That is what we want to do. Maybe that's what's making these animals go crazy. Everybody seems to be in the north, the Talamati Pride. So we shall investigate quarantine, go and have a look towards the west. I've been asking for the Nkuhumas. Yesterday I asked for Tlalamba and she arrived. Today, well, for weeks I've been asking for Nkuhumas. Maybe they'll finally arrive. Check tracks as we go. Here we are, coming into the open area of quarantine. Yes, Ravinda, all cats are born with claws. It is one of the evolutionary adaptations that they're born with. Just like even human babies are born with little nails. Leopards, lions, I reckon if you've ever played with a domestic cat kitten, you'll know. Yeah, catch! Ah! They got claws. Impalas, impalas, impalas. Nobody seems to be too angry, too upset with life. Melinda, I have no idea what went into my throat. It was a bit of dust, I suppose. I wasn't driving at the time. Very hard to figure out what you have stuck in your throat unless you manage to extricate it, I suppose. And Morgan wasn't keen to be searching the bowels of my throat. Were you, Morgan? No, he was not. He was not. Although he loves my melodious voice, he wasn't that keen to investigate the source and origin of that wonderful voice. Were you, Morgan? He's just shaking his head behind the camera there, everybody. Not happy at all. Okay, impalas, don't run into the road. Hello, fellas. You want to be on camera, do you? Of course you do. Switching to infrared. These are probably the fellas that have been making all of the noise. Chasing a lady who's going too far from his territory. Come back. Come back. These fellows over here having a sparring match. Biggie, you love the eye shine? Sorry, I have a car. I'm just going to move out of the way. Actually going to keep going. You love the eye shine? Well, yeah, the eyes shine back in the infrared. It's an interesting sorts of thing. Our eyes don't shine. We don't have the tapetum lucidum that these animals have. Enables them to see better at night. Thank you. Schadenfreude. Tapetum lucidum, which is basically a filament on the back of the eyes. That's made up. Oh, just hit a wall of dust. Cannot see a thing. Oh, goodness. This is what I don't miss about the Mara, is the dust. That's for sure. So tapetum lucidum is what we see, that reflection. That's why when you see my eyes now, they don't reflect back like the other animals do. Okay, well, I'll stop my ramblings and send you over to Ngala to see what stories Marcus has got for you.
Yeah, we are still on our bumble, hoping to find anything nocturnal. Anything at all, so which these leopards and also lions are part of. However, they are not the only nocturnal species they can find here. We've got some genets, civets that we sometimes do find, and sometimes other animals that we don't see a lot of, like caracals, which will be quite nice to see. So we are still on the search for those, and hopefully this bush is gonna provide us with some of them, which would be lovely to see. And yeah, we are still on that road that's adjacent with this dry riverbed, but so far no lack of anything. But yeah, let's just keep at it. Let's just keep searching, because we are in Kruger, we are out. There are endless possibilities here. if we can just find these animals. Well, Naomi would like to see if you only see caracals at night. I don't think that is the case, Naomi, but however, caracals are active at night. So I think you might even see them during the day, like these lions and also those leopards that we're hoping to see are some of the great examples of these animals that are nocturnal, but you can find them even during the day, because these animals even during the day, they don't just disappear, they still do move, even if it's just subtle movements from one shade to the next. But if it happens that you are at that place and then these animals are on the move, obviously you won't be able to see them. But they're just active, they do most of their things at night. So that is these animals that we're hoping to find now. It will be nice to see a caracal, actually.
Thank you.
But like, if I heard that correctly, Lucy would like to know when last have I seen a serval. And yeah, Lucy, I have never seen one actually. I've never seen a serval before, so I've seen genets both. What is the difference between a serval and a caracal? If I heard correctly, that is the question. So, like I mentioned, a serval I've never seen before, but looking at the book, a serval has got some spots on its body, more like a leopard and a cheetah will have, while a caracal doesn't. And also when you look at the eye, or the ears, also caracal have got some tufts on its ears, while a serval doesn't really have got that prominent tufts that you can see on a caracal. So that's, amongst other things, the difference that you might be able to pick up with your naked eye. So yeah, let's search for those. Hey, it would be nice maybe if we saw a caracal or even a serval that will be able to talk about something that we are looking at. So let's just keep at it. That's the beauty of the night. You never really know what to expect. So as you can see, I've got my spotlight here that can help me with the things that will be off the road. Because like with the spotlight as well, you will be able to see the light reflection on the eyes of these animals that we are looking for. And then as soon as you see the reflection, then of course we'll make a bit of an investigation, see what it is. So yeah, stick with me, let's go on our search, hoping that it will be fruitful. We'll be able to find something nocturnal that we can talk about. We will, however, send you now to Lauren with Demcam.
Good luck with your nocturnal search. It's definitely been lucky in Juma, at least, for the nocturnal animals recently. I mean, leopards are, of course, nocturnal, but the unusual nocturnal animals, shall we say, including genets, white-tailed mongoose, we had one last night, and civet. We've been seeing civets around. We've not actually been able to get civets live, but they're around, and we will definitely try our hardest to get them on camera for you all. Now, unfortunately, there's not much to see on the jam cam when it gets to this time, but I think the scenery in front of us is definitely beautiful enough to be mesmerised by. Nick and Nova, good to hear from you, and yes, thank you for your positive vibes. You are hoping that Ribbon stops by the jam cam to say hello. Me too. We actually, if you were watching the jam cam, you probably saw us. We got stuck on the damn wall today, which is rather unfortunate. But I really do hope that Wendy is fixed and well for tomorrow. It's been a challenging 10 days, but of course we managed to spend a lot of time with Shasha, and a lot of people actually think that Shasha is the girl. Shasha is Sabui's son, and it's a Zimbabwean name. From the Songa language, it's not Shangan. So it means winner, champion, and Shasha is the male, definitely not the female cub. The female cub is Langa. And what's interesting is she doesn't seem to dip her paws into Juma as much as Shasha does. There definitely seems to, they spend a lot of time together, but naturally they separate, and Langa seems to gravitate more west. So she seems to spend a lot more time on Hoffman's or Arathusa than Shasha. Shasha's starting to dip his little paws into Juma, and I am more than happy with that. And of course we saw a pangolin. The first pangolin I've ever seen in Juma, and I think it's the second one that Davi's seen in Juma, and he's been here for 6 years. So it was a rather special event all round. And Wendy will be up and running, I'm sure, tomorrow. Now, going back to Kalamba, we tracked her this morning. There was Monkey's alarm calling on this very dam cam that you are watching right now. And we were there within 5 minutes. So literally we were right behind her. And that's the hardest thing when you're actually behind the leopard. And she killed an impala lamb. And of course things went wrong from our vehicle point of view. But it was about 3 weeks ago now that Kalamba was seen, and she was reported to have very prominent and obvious suckle marks. Now, I personally didn't see these suckle marks, so you've got to take everything you see just with a little pinch of salt, which I think is quite a good life lesson, to be honest. And people have said they've seen her, and the suckle marks are very obvious. They are obvious on a lactating female. So whether she has cubs, whether she doesn't, we really don't know. And I'm sure Steve went into this, but at this stage we are really, really unsure. She's been missing in action, and for me that's the key. She's a territorial female. She's coming up for 4 years. She is 4 years old, and really it is her time to shine. So her silence, her absence for me is key. Not seeing the suckle marks, yes, that doesn't matter. For me, it's behavior. We haven't seen tracks for a female leopard. She's been very, very quiet. So I am more on the fence that she possibly has given birth. It's very difficult to tell, especially when leopards are so full. But her absence, her lack of territorial patrol, her lack of signs, every day I can assure you, when you don't see me on air, I am looping round and round and round, and a little bit more round again, to try and find signs of Kalamba. We've checked all the den sites that Tandy used. For those of you that have been following us for a while, we've checked the Gwari Pan Den multiple times. We've checked the Ngala Road South Den multiple times. We've checked Purple Eyes Den. We've checked Amber Eyes Den. Yes, those are lions, but sometimes you'll find that the big cats use the same sort of den sites. And no luck so far. I've also done the Mulwati from top to bottom, with permission from Michelle, of course. So it's a tricky one. It's tricky to determine what's going on with Kalamba, but I am on the fence that she possibly has given birth at this stage. So let's all remain hopeful, and now that she's at least here, she's not too far away from the dam cam, maybe we'll get to spend time with her tomorrow. Fingers and toes crossed. I've also got my eyes crossed, you just can't see me. I'm I'm hiding in FC. It's not the real FC, it's not where the directors are sitting. Unfortunately, Elton is very, very far away from me. I would much love it if he was right next to me. But I'm in the Juma FC, which is very small. But this is where we operate the dam cam. But okay, enough of my chatting for now. I'm going to keep watching these insects, our little snowflakes, pass by the dam cam, and we're going to send you guys across to Steve, who's bumbling.
Everybody. Sorry, I don't think I got any of those comms. We are on a western boundary now, checking for where the Nkuhumas might have come in. They killed a buffalo just down the road here. See if there's any tracks, and we'll take it from there. Slow little boundary on the west. Little boundary, bumble on the west. Johanna, I didn't see any shining eyes behind Kalamba. It might have been insects. I didn't see any eyes. Morgan? Didn't see any eyes. There are some moths, Johanna, that are very, very large. Some very big eyes that we sometimes see, we don't even think or talk about. But we would have noticed if we'd seen some eyes that were worth talking about. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure what you could have seen. Like a vehicle up ahead. Might be lions on the road. That could be lovely. Might also just be a vehicle from the west heading home. Prepare for some more dust. They don't seem to be moving, do they, Morgan? Not quickly, anyway. You've zoomed in there. That's the road is playing with our camera. Oh, is that just a monitor? Okay, well, we're going to head down this bumpy road. Hopefully we don't lose ourselves on it, and we'll see if we can find some lions.
In preparation for our 14th birthday, we will be lighting up a fire and heading on a special journey down memory lane. Join Lauren and Steve on the 11th of April for a sentimental look through the archives.
The missing cubs have arrived! Holy moly, everyone, this is incredible stuff.
Oh my goodness, everyone. Oh, there's two.
Who better to have as special guests than the WildEarth co-founders Emily and Graham Wallington. They'll be answering questions about WildEarth's fascinating journey since its launch in 2007. Following many requests, we've decided to make this event available to everyone, not just explorers. You do, however, need to be registered on the WildEarth.tv website. Join us straight after the sunset drive on the 11th of April for what promises to be a remarkable evening.
Graham, I'm just going to see, there's a very good place that I want to see if we can get good signal from there. That's where I'd like to go.
Welcome to dawn in the African bush.
How cool is this? Can you believe it?
Those cubs are now only 10 feet from us. Unbelievable.
Elephants chasing wild dogs chasing elephants. Pandemonium!
Watching how WildEarth has grown since 2007 has been truly remarkable. On the 27th of April this year, WildEarth will be turning 14, and we would love to hear from you. Please send us your own special birthday message, which we can share with the rest of the WildEarth family. Maybe you can tell us why you started watching WildEarth, what WildEarth means to you, or you could just send us a very happy birthday. Don't forget, when you want to film yourself, to hold your phone sideways to get the best angle. When you are ready, you can email your videos through to birthday@wildearth.tv.
Hi, my name is Tristan Dix, and I am a guide here at Juma Private Game Reserve for WildEarth. We love connecting you to the African bush, and we always look forward to all of your questions. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, you'll need to register on the website. Once registered, go to our live safari page and submit a question below the live feed. Catch up with me on WildEarth.
Welcome back, everyone. So we are still on the bumble, hoping to find anything nocturnal. With no luck this far. And yeah, but you never know. You can never really rule anything out, because these animals that we're looking for, sometimes they use areas like this road that we are driving when they go about doing their things, whether be it patrolling territory or whether it going to find food. So what these animals will do, will try and find that area with less resistance, of which in this case it will be a road or even a game path. So by game path we mean those roads that small ones that you find in the bushes that animals use to get to water bodies and back, because in time it turns into a small road. So that's what these animals will stick to, especially at a time like this where you don't really want your movements detected. So it's a So Lance would like to know if we get hedgehogs. I don't know actually, Lance, that Ngala in specific, if we do get the hedgehogs. I have never seen one. I've never had any other rangers saying they have seen one, but yeah, I'll just have to do research on that, see if we do get them in our area here, but I've never seen one before. You might find that they are in this area, just that nobody has seen them, or other guys that have been here for a long time might have seen them if they do occur in our area here. But yeah, I will find those for you. So we're just bumbling about now. Nothing, no owls also that we might be able to view, which is quite unusual, because most of the time when you drive you will find these spotted eagle owls. Maybe we'll still find them. We are still out here. and would like to show our viewers some nocturnal species. Sorry, I didn't get that question. So Jason would like to know, how did I become a guide? So that's quite a story, Jason. Like, with us growing up as young boys, you will most likely be heading goats or even cows. So sometimes you will need a bit of skill to be able to do that thing, because you don't head them as you should, and sometimes you will lose them out in the bush here. But then you will have to know what to listen to in order for you to relocate them. You have to know what to look for. If maybe you do see some tracks, or are they headed, all those sort of things. It is some sort of a motivation. So when I got here at andBeyond in Ngala, I started as a helper. So I was just in anything that I was needed. I was just more of a camp hand, if I can call it that. And then with time, because andBeyond does give opportunities to people from the communities that borders them, so I got a chance to train and become a butler or a waiter. That's what I've been doing for the past 12 years at Ngala. And yeah, after that, my head ranger sort of wanted me to try this guiding, of which there is a school for guiding where we do it here and beyond. What that is done at Phinda, where you saw Chad earlier, where I was guiding from. So there is this training school. That's where I went. And yeah, the rest is history. Here I am now, doing something that I love very much. So the only regret I've got about that is not having done this sooner. But you know what they say, better late than never. So I'm having the time of my life out in the bush here. So we are still bumbling about with no much luck. This far we haven't really found any nocturnal species, whether be it a mammal, a reptile, or even a bird. Just hoping that these animals, maybe they walk on the road here, we will be able to see them easy. But yeah, much as there are things that we might like out here in the bush, these animals do things the way they want to do them. Sorry, I didn't get the question. You want to know which bigger animals has the largest number, or what animals has the largest number? So that ray would be impalas. By far, impalas outnumber all these other species here at Ngala. That's what we see a lot of. Which is quite nice, because when we do have those impalas, a lot of them will then in turn attract these other species that we find here, be like the Birmingham Pride. Those cheetahs we saw earlier, if you were tuned in on Sunrise Safari. And also, we do have some hyenas around, and also leopards. So that is quite good, because this is what the predators would want to go for. And also impalas are successful because they've got their breeding season, and when they start giving birth, it's a lot of lambs that we see all together, which some species will take those lambs, like these leopards who are looking for the jackals, as well as some martial eagle, because they also go for those lambs. But because it will be a lot of them at one time, so a lot of them still make it to adulthood. So Samantha would like to know, if do reptiles come out at night? Yes, Samantha, we do see some chameleons. You see some snakes. Sometimes you'll just be driving at night like this, and then you find a python crossing the road. And also remember that there are some snakes that feed on birds, and there are birds that actually come out at night, and then you find some of them on the roads here. So that's what the snakes will be after. So yeah, we do see some reptiles that do come out at night, which we haven't seen any tonight, but yeah, we do. So now we are head to some of those nice open areas where we see some general, and hopefully there will be a predator there, maybe trying to stalk these impalas when they try and rest for the night. That will be quite. But yeah, the bush does things the way the bush does things. Sometimes we all want or hope for things to happen, and they do happen. And other times, that's one of the beauties of being in the bush like this, because you can't really preempt what's happening. So while we are still bumbling about, we will send you over to Lauren on Demcam.
I am indeed on Damcam, and not much has changed. Although something has changed. Ravi has bought me dinner, which is very, very sweet of him. I have my dinner sitting in front of me to watch it for 20 more minutes until I can eat it. But other than that, it's very tricky to actually find out what is happening on Damcam right now. But the insects seem to have subsided. It works the same way that a spotlight does. You are looking for eye shine and movement and anything that can be highlighted through the night vision. Night owl, unfortunately, that's an impossible question for me to answer, I'm afraid. but a lot of insects do see a spectrum of light that we cannot see. So for example, butterflies are a great example. They can actually see in the UV sort of light spectrum that we have no awareness or even knowledge or familiarity with. And fish are the same, chameleons are the same. So it's really hard to sort of put yourself in the position of that organism in question because they perceive their world in such a different way from what we do. So infrared, yes, some insects have capabilities to see in infrared, but are they affected by the infrared? Not sure I could possibly answer that just from watching the damn cam, I'm afraid. That's a tricky one. But I would imagine if they see it, then in some way it becomes part of their environment. They can recognize that. But I'm not entirely sure it would affect their behavior. And of course you have diurnal insects and you have nocturnal insects. And their visual capacities and the light spectrum that they see will differ due to the fact that they are active at different times during the day. I mean, take butterflies, that's your perfect example. They are predominantly diurnal, but their ability to see UV light in a spectrum, I'm sure it's between 10 to 400 nanometers that humans cannot see and other animals cannot see. Then that's all special thanks to the little photoreceptors that they do have in their huge compound eyes. So butterflies see a whole different world than what we see. So it's very difficult to become theriomorphic. It's very difficult for you to become that animal because we do not experience that in any way, shape or form. So I'm going to sit in my wonderful, comfortable seat in FC and snack on my dinner, and we are going to send you guys across to Steve.
Well, thanks, Lauren. I wonder if she's delved into a cup of hot chocolate yet, or what warm beverage she might be drinking this evening. She might even be drinking something nice and cold and refreshing. I just got Morgan smacked in the face by a branch. He felt like he was back in Cape Town. He just got slapped, earphones off the side, and we were driving along the main road. I don't even know what happened. Sorry, Morgan. I do humbly apologize. Okay, so Lauren is definitely not having a hot chocolate. She's having something a little bit more refreshing this evening. Wonderful. We are on Cheetah Cutline, everybody. We've made our way all the way around onto the east. There was nothing going on the western boundary. We found a vehicle and they told us that Juma Pride has gone west. So there's going to be no following up on the Juma Pride. So we thought to ourselves, maybe we should check the eastern boundary. Maybe we'll find Thandi and we will have the trio of leopards for the day. We'll have father, ex-wife and daughter with maybe Tandi's new boy. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Well, anyway, we can hope. Oh, porcupine. Right here. Morgan. Oh my goodness. Can you see it? Right at the bush there. He's just stopped moving. I'm going to go back slightly. He's just on the right of the bush there. Oh, he's moved. You got it? You got it?
Yeah.
Porcupine! Well, everybody, not many people have seen a porcupine here on Juma. And I don't know if any of you got to see it. We're here on the fire break. That's Torchwood, it's got into. That's gone. Can you? You could still see it moving a moment ago. Oh, that's very cool. I've seen one porcupine here before, only one. Well, that gets quite exciting. You never know what you might see. You just have to look left and right, and you get attacked by bushes. Did you see it, Alton? Did you manage to get a view of our porcupine? We're not going to drive off-road. We're not driving off-road for porcupines. Although this fire break is well utilised, we might be able to relocate on the fire break road over here, but I'm not going to. He clearly absolutely got frightened and moved off quite quickly there, so how cool. We see their tracks all the time, but we rarely see them. Well, there's a few reasons why grass is cut in the Sabi sands. It's a practice that's been done for many years. One is it is also an element of bush clearing. The whole of the Sabi sands has been managed. It has been moved into from a conservation point of view, and it needs to be managed in a way. And there's water. People that put water in, there's water all over the place, and so water holes bring utilization, which leads to overgrazing, which leads to bush encroachment, which leads to habitat change. And so to maintain habitats, certain areas all over the Sabi sands are mowed, and that is to open them up, keep them open. And then you get these different habitats, the thickets, the semi-open, and the open areas. It is a practice that is well practiced in these areas and has been for quite some time. You'll notice certain species occur in those areas. The wildebeest, the zebra, and the impala are pretty much always there. And without those open areas, they've lost their habitat. They don't have the habitat that they're looking for. It is a managed system that has been managed for a long time, and it needs to be continually managed if it maintains a semblance of its original self, if you want to put it that way. It'll never be. These areas can never be what they were originally. The Kruger National Park is ever changing from one to another. What did it always look like at one point? It's hard to look back and see. There's lots of ideas, there's lots of anecdotes of what places used to look like, and Sabi sands in general is a lot denser than it used to be, and that's a natural bush encroachment that happens with overgrazing, happens with water placements. The water's been put in, the animals are here, and so it needs to be managed accordingly. So, sorry about that, a very short answer. I could go on for a while, but we will continue on. So we're not going to go into Torchwood. Just going to go up this road, see if any signs of Tundi. Sorry, I didn't get that. My comms turned down. Something about Juma delivering. Pangolin porcupine. Juma is delivering. We actually yes, it is. Storybook, pangolins, porcupines. Well, Juma always delivers. It's always delivered. I sent a photo to my friend Mike, who was working at Arathusa. He's now freelancing there. Some of you might remember Mike was the one who found the Unkuhuma one cub that was still alive after the others got killed by hyenas, and he got inundated by a lot of you with questions and comments about his photo and what was going on. Anyway, I sent him a picture of the pangolin, and we just bumped into him and some quite excited guests of his. They just had a sundowner, so they had also had a nice refreshing drink, and were feeling excited to see Morgan and myself. And well, he was quite jealous of our pangolin. It's the first one for me in the Lowveld. Second one in my life, first one in the Lowveld. First one was in Namibia, which is in the Kalahari. Good place if you want to see pangolin. Very good place. Okay, well, we're going to keep slowly heading up this road, and then we'll turn back in, head slowly back over to Juma.
Nestled on the banks of one of the largest lakes in the Sabi sands lies an award-winning game lodge called Cheetah. Many of you will have been on safari here virtually with WildEarth, but now we are offering you the chance to see it for yourself in person. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer before the end of April, and you and a friend could win 3 nights to this luxury lodge. In addition to the unforgettable safaris, you can unwind on the deck, relax in the pool, and even savor the various bush dining experiences. Cheetah's holistic approach to hospitality, with specific emphasis on conservation, will leave you with the very best memories of the African wild. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature. With a slew of potential dangers lurking, it's essential to be aware of your surroundings whilst walking in the wilderness.
20 yards away from one of the most endangered species. This is a big bull.
What a moment, what a close encounter with an Ellie bull. He's just over here now. He's moved completely away.
Being on a bushwalk and seeing a leopard, I mean, it's ridiculous to be this close to a leopard on foot and for him not to run is absolutely insane. How crazy was that?
Through the gap there is just the back of the head of a male lion. He is absolutely unaware that we are here right now. I tell you, seeing lions on foot, it definitely brings out the caveman in you, this little scared human being.
I'm Nikki here at andBeyond in Ngala in South Africa. I love getting questions from viewers about all the small things within the environment and how it all is integrated with one another. If you want to ask me any questions, please simply register with the WildEarth website, head across to the Live Safari page, and then post your questions there. I'm looking forward to chatting to you on my next WildEarth drive.
We are still on that quest of finding a nocturnal creatures with no luck so far. So we have come past that area that I mentioned earlier, that there is an open area, that there are some general game. And yeah, there were some general game indeed, but those we didn't really want to disturb at a time like this. So we just shined very close to them to see if maybe we might be able to pick up a predator stalking, but no luck with that also. So we are still bumbling about. So Harry would like to know if I've seen porcupine at Ngala. Yes, Harry, I've seen porcupine many times here at Ngala, to an extent that there was one evening from game driver from the safari when I I was heading back to camp, we saw 4 porcupines in one area that looked like it was the mom and 3 young ones, which was quite amazing to see, because the most number of porcupines I had seen prior to that was 2. And yeah, it was exciting to see 4 of them all together in an area, you know, with all those quills making those beautiful noises that they make. So we do have some porcupines here at Ngala. So yeah, we are still looking. Porcupine born with? Can you repeat the question for me, Harry? If I heard correctly, Harry wants to know if porcupine, whether or not they are born with the quills. Okay, yeah, so Harry, I don't know actually, but I think they might be born with quills that are not as hard, and then they get hard with age. But yeah, I'll look for that, and then I'll get back to you with an answer for it, because I don't know exactly. However, as adults, yeah, they do need those quills. So like I was saying, animals like maybe lions or even leopards would want to eat porcupines. So those quills are very helpful actually as a protective armor from predation by these more powerful and bigger animals. So those quills are something that these porcupines need. However, there is a belief that they shoot those quills, which is actually not true. And so I would like to take this time and thank our viewers who were tuned in for this sunset safari. Thanks for all the wonderful comments. Thanks for all the questions, and then would like to invite you to join us again for sunrise tomorrow morning from 6:30 until 9:30. Until then.